Hey, hey, hey. What up, fam? It's new here. We're back. Back with a lovely 100 maps farm. Time for 100 maps today. Damn, my camera almost looks like it's in grayscale. What the hell? Ah. Well. Not sure if everything's working right now because... Well, I got disconnected as I was getting ready to go live. I actually got disconnected. Looks like I had like a hard router reset or something where I live. And I didn't like restart the app or anything. Just went ahead and, I waited until everything came back on, and I didn't like restart apps and stuff. So looks like my Nightbot isn't working. Why is Nightbot not working? Okay. I gotta fix a Nightbot, don't I? We need a new link, dude. Alright. We need to fix that. I'll work on this behind the scenes for a minute while we let people come in. Who's ready for some pilfering divination farming? You know you want to see it. Still looking fairly cheap, that scarab. I bought them for like 22. I haven't seen any. Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy. 35. I mean, well, it doesn't sound crazy, but compared to what I bought them for, I've been buying them every day, off and on, for the past, I don't know, four days maybe. Nah, every other day maybe. No, 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 no. This is not plenty. No. No. Just refresh it. How do I refresh? Reset. Yeah. Last league's Pilfering Strat. That's right. Right now I'm setting up the tree. Should be juiced. I hope so. Have any of you guys been doing this? Gotten any big cards out of it? This league in particular is kind of interesting. I think it's going to be better than usual. As an alternative way to get things, especially, you know, mage blood cards and stuff are worth a lot more than usual right now. Way more. I mean, it's worth, I think mage blood is worth at least like twice as much, especially in the context of how all currency goes further than it did before. Like, mage blood's worth a lot. Alright, I build this tree out. Let's go. Not everybody is a fan of pilfering divination farming. I am, though. I like the tree. It's like really clean. Sometimes a tree just comes out like super clean. Like you get exactly what you want and exactly the amount of passive points necessary to get it. Like, yeah. Yeah. Right. I got that tree done. Galley and Strongbox, yeah. The deli is to help pull out the Eldritch packs. Gives yourself a chance to get some Eldritch Altars. Quantity is the only modifier that really matters, though. The other thing's okay. Alright. Should be it. Been doing doings all day, got 4 path carries 7 years. Well, that's, you must be lucky. We're super unlucky on 7 years.
Make it happen.
Things are going up.
All in order. I'll let you know. I'll put the word out. We'll make it happen.
They are going up. Alright. Myself with almost nothing. Took me like all day to get everything ready for this. Because I just had to do a lot of liquidating. Hadn't done a mass liquidation in a while. Pretty expensive farm to set up. Maybe the most. I don't know. I don't know if there are more expensive farms in this to set up. What do you guys think? Alright, well, we're gonna have to, let's see, I'm gonna use a couple links in look at the divination cards. I'm not gonna normalize the results on this today. But yeah, we'll give it a good look. You guys ready for a YouTube video? Here it comes. Snoo here. What's up? We have 100 maps of Pilfering divination card farming. This is a strategy that I have done in the past. 2 leagues now we've had this strat. To me, a couple leagues ago, when the Pilfering divination scarab was introduced to the game, this essentially replaced the old enraged strong box farm in terms of, you know, excitement, at least in terms of excitement. I actually like this variation of divination card farming even more than the old school way, because at the very end when you're about to kill the boss, it gets really, really exciting. It's a different way of playing, different way of divination card farming. There are several ways to do divination card farming even right now, but I think this is kind of the highest bar that we're doing today. And so if you are already familiar with this strat, you may just want to skip to the results, but I'm going to go through the strategy video like usual. Things are a little different this league, mainly not as far as the setup is concerned, but as far as how the state of the economy is, has, I think, affected this strategy for the better this third time around here in 3.27. You guys might remember 3.25, 3.26. Those were what you might call abundance leagues, where there were a lot of great farming strategies and you made tons of currency, and things were, you know, some things were expensive, some things were really cheap. And unfortunately, like the Headhunter and the Mage's Blood cards, they weren't all that valuable even pretty quickly into the league. And then mirror cards were worth a lot later on, but you know, that just goes up steadily as time goes on. This league is different. We're in what we call a poverty league, where a lot of the tier 0 cards are actually worth quite a bit still. Mirror cards, of course, are still worth a lot. Divine cards are worth quite a bit, and the result is the currency you have goes further. Divination card farming is an alternate way of getting many of the same high-end items or currencies that you would normally. This kind of a static value, you know, it's always the same number of divination cards to get, you know, X reward, which means in a poverty league situation, that kind of elevates divination card farming status a bit, because it's just another way to farm currency. And if the conventional ways are pretty bad, which is kind of the way this time around seems like boxes in general still thought of as like the best farming strat. Well, this is a boxes strat. It's just divination card farming, rolling the boxes. So let's get started with the setup. I know you see a lot there in the dump tab. We'll get to the Atlas first. Here it is. This is identical, I think, to the Atlas that I ran last time. I did this strat, I think, 3 different ways. Ended up doing on 16.5, 16s. I even tried to normalize the results. We're going to kind of take things easy today. We're just going to see what becomes of it. 100 maps farming set. And I'm going to be dropping T16.5 maps as well as tier 17. So a secret currency earning potential here is in high tier maps. You'll be surprised how much value we get out of sanctuary maps as well as tier 16.5. Mausoleum goes for about 20C a piece anyway. And then we will have some potential for scarabs, you know, with trapping carapaces, remarkable relics. You really want remarkable relics because you get some strong boxes rolled that drop scarabs automatically, and you want them to be the most or least common ones potentially. I like these 3 notables for scarab farming as a minimum for this strat, but it's not really about scarabs. So maps are kind of number 2 on the list, scarabs will be number 3 on the list, and number 1 on the list is divination cards. There's nothing here that just directly increases divination card drops other than increasing effective explicit modifiers anywhere we can get it, basically. Quant wheel, taking that. And Eldritch packs will be a pretty significant player in increasing quantity as well, so we're going to take that pretty seriously. Delirium will help spawn Eldritch packs, that's why it's in here. The Delirium mirror automatically, I turn it off at the end. The boss will be extra hard, so you need some kind of build that is pretty strong, or at least pretty good at bossing. Bossing builds are pretty good at this strat, because, I mean, you don't really need that much clear. You're just opening boxes around, so yeah, that works out. And there's also shrines in here. Shrines is simply to help with the Eldritch minions. So shrines and Delirium are really just there for the Eldritch minion spawn rates, which is kind of rough on containment scarabs. We'll see that in the first map showcase. Here we go. We have the setup right here. Now, buried in here on all this currency is the scarabs. These are the scarabs. There are basically the four different kinds of ambush scarabs, not counting the regular ambush scarab. And then one pilfering and divination scarab. And we'll be rolling boxes with the remaining materials. I've done this many times now. This should be enough for me to kind of maintain rolling anything I need to for 100 maps in total. I try to be frugal with especially the Exalted Orbs. Chaos and Exalted Orbs are worth a little more than usual this time around, so I don't really want to be rolling boxes like crazy. I always get asked, what are the modifiers rolling boxes? Well, there's basically percent increased quantity of items found, flat increased quantity of items found, and then there's a few other, just like divination is currency cards and things. Plus one chest level is the bad roll, and there's only one bad roll. So you want to get at least one of the two big ones. Pairing them up together is good, especially a high roll range, and the roll range will be increased with Ambush Scarab potency. But again, you'll see that in the map showcase. I'll talk about that later. The maps, well, you know, Tier 16.5's last league were the best maps. Okay, they could roll all the way up to like 200% quant. Things are different now this league. They kind of took out the major quant rolls in Tier 17 modifiers, which has indirectly elevated Tier 16s again. So Tier 16's baseline are pretty good here. Now you can run these on Tier 16.5s, try to get more scarabs to currency if you want, but quantity of loot from boxes isn't affected from that anyway. You'd just be going for the monsters. So this is just a really good opportunity to kind of take it easy, get some really high quant Tier 8 or 8 modded Tier 16 maps if you can. You'll notice a lot of these maps have quality on them. That's because I crafted them myself. I drop a lot of mausoleum maps. You can almost self-sustain this strat. Go ahead and chisel them up and then corrupt them all. And ones that don't maybe fit my regex, I just kind of save here for my mappers and do with that whatever. You can like alch these first and then corrupt them, or you can just straight corrupt them into 8 mod. It's fine. We're just swimming in maps all league long, so it's not that hard to get these. Asynchronous trade makes it easier than ever. You can just buy several of these maps too. I'm going to count these maps as worth 10 C a piece though. Usually they sell for around 4 or 5 a piece, but you know, since I was using some chisels here and there and I was corrupting them myself and throwing a lot away, we just count it as 10 C a piece. Okay, and so yeah, these are the materials for all the rolling. These are the maps. These are the scarabs. Let's show you a little bit on the investment cost. Okay, investment cost is here. You can see 204 divines. That doesn't count the increase I'm calculating for the mausoleum maps. They're not really 1 C a piece when I had to, you know, work to get good high quality maps. Okay, counting these as 10 C a piece. So I've elevated the investment cost a bit. I think it was like 215? No, 213, something like that. 213 divines. I don't know. I got the notepad. We'll see it at the end in the results. So I'm going to be dumping everything into A, B, C, D. That may or may not be enough space. We'll see. So we're kind of counting all the box rolling materials in the investment cost too. And I probably have more here than what I need, to be fair. So I would estimate that it's really around 200 divines for 100 maps, putting this somewhere around 2 divines per map, which incidentally is about half of the investment cost of the last time I did this with tier 16.5s. Partially because it's tier 16.5, partially because it's a poverty league now compared to then. Here are some of the cards we're going to go for. Every single card is on the table here, all the way up to House of Mirrors. And if we drop one, we usually drop 4 because it comes out of a Divine or Strong box, duplicated there, and then duplicates that again off of the Pilfering Scarab. Not every single time it will be that. We'll also have the Defiled Cathedral Scried over, so the Apothecary card and 7 Years Bad Luck will have extra chance of showing up in quantities of 2 apiece, usually, if it does. But all these cards here, I mean, this is a lot of value, a lot of potential, and they are extremely rare. So we can't really anticipate, even in 100 maps, getting X number of these cards. I've tried to normalize the results before with some of the stack deck weightings from Prohibited Library stuff. I'm going to hold back on that today. Just going to kind of relax and have more fun with it and give you the sample size of 100 maps. We'll just see what happens. All right. Question in the chat, what graph blood besides Heart of Fire do I use? I don't know. I've not really looked at it. You talking about these? I honestly haven't even looked at it. Something with alternative ailments, maybe. If there's anything with alternative ailments, that might be good. Yeah, so I think we're done with this intro. All right, that basically wraps up everything. Okay, we got the setup out of the way. We got the investment cost out of the way. And let's now get all these maps up in here. Well, it's going to take a while to do every map. We are rolling boxes. I'm not going to spend all day and night in these maps, but, you know, higher than average investment cost per map, higher than average time per map. This is definitely a high investment, high reward, higher risk strategy than normal. And we're also going to need to put a lot of these things in here. So I like to set mine up like this. Okay, this is usually enough materials. An average of maybe 3 diviner boxes per map. 2 or 3. Sometimes there's 0. Sometimes there's 9. It depends. The boss can get pretty tough. Still going to run Ambush, Eater of Worlds, and we're off. Alright, the Mausoleum is so that every single Eldritch Altar that spawns has a player option. Try to find the first shrine, it will automatically spawn the Influence, and often it will spawn an Eldritch Altar as well. Now this is the wrong breach. There was something I wanted to inform you guys on. This is extra special this league. Not with the Unstable Breach, but the other 2 breach types. It loads a whole bunch of extra native monsters on the map, which function as anchor points for the hidden Eldritch packs. On containment maps, one of the big issues with containment maps is that it doesn't really supply any anchor points to pull out the Eldritch packs from the map. That's why like Delirium is so important and Shrines are so important to help with the lack of anchor points. Anchor points are basically naturally spawning monsters that are responsible for spawning Eldritch packs, which are responsible for giving you the Eldritch Altars. Okay, on containment maps, you naturally spawn way fewer Eldritch Altars than normal because you're missing those anchor points. But the breach, especially on a small map, really gives you a ton of extra Eldritch packs that you normally have, except for that type. So 2 out of the 3 breach types will be extra good because you will see it. You'll spawn tons of extra Eldritch minions on those maps. So unfortunately it didn't happen on the first one. I was wanted to show you, but that's okay. I've already seen a few diviner boxes. You see me opening some. It's basically just holding the mirror back. I don't want the Delirium mirror to expire. I'm not really rolling any boxes except... Oh, I'm about to die. Wow. Got poisoned, I guess. I'm not really rolling any boxes except the diviner boxes and Cartographer. So you can see the mirror still hasn't moved. And it's not really going to move if I keep opening boxes this quickly. I don't really want to open diviner boxes until I have scoured the map for any of the Eldritch packs that might be there. So we basically... Well, we haven't hit that point. I'm going to go ahead and roll this one, and then we'll go. Okay, so you see I'm just missing 1 prefix, so I slam it. I got a high roll on the flat, and so that's good enough for me. It's not the best roll in the world, but it works. Yeah, we still have 1 quadrant left to scout, and a shrine. High Eldritch spawn rate off of shrines. Nameless Seer, okay. That's funny. I don't know, it says this is worth something. I think it's been several leagues since I got anything valuable from the Nameless Seer. I always check them, just in case. Okay, I don't think we're going to get any more Eldritch packs out of this map. This is sometimes satisfactory. If I'm trying to be super frugal, I might stop there. This is good. It has a flat roll and percent roll. Both are decently roll ranged. So we'll go ahead and open this. I'm hoping for reopens. We have a pretty high reopen chance. It's still less than 50, but yeah. That is 1 Diviner's box open. I want to at least alch up the Arcanist boxes if they're starting off normal. Oh, I see we got each guy here. I mean, I'm basically just alking normal maps. Sanctuary map, some extra value. Not from a cartographer box. Did we get a cartographer box this map? I don't think so. We'll be skipping Blight, not worth it. I don't even necessarily open all the boxes every single time. Like, I mean, I will want to kind of open Arcanist boxes more than once, but I mean, some of these boxes, you're just not that likely to get anything major out of these. So I'm not that concerned about them. I'll open them all at least once. I have the gold flask on. We might get, maybe, get a tier 0 out of this. We'll see. I'm actually third time opening this Diviner box, so this is why you want to roll it well. Feels good when you roll a Diviner box well, and then it respawns many times. So I opened a Diviner's box 4 times, and usually I get somewhere close to 100 cards per opening. Now keep in mind, our quantity roll is not that high this time around, a little under 200. I got no Eldritch Altars of any real value. Delirium Mirror is still here. I'm going to go ahead and end it on purpose now. You can leave it on if you want. Elemental of the Spectrum Warden or Tornado Shot Warden is extremely good for this. You just perma-freeze this boss, but this boss is super easy. You just need to have some slows, not let him actually catch you. And yeah, we'll see how hard he is here. There's this Poison, Cast on, Crit, Detonate, Dead. Assassins, alright. We got 415 cards. We did get a Patient drop out of one of the Diviner boxes, which is not worth all that much now. So, I don't know. Not the greatest first map, but okay. That's why we want 100 of them. Nothing really abnormal happened that map. Just pretty much by the numbers. I hope for more Diviner boxes. They only spawned 2. They got 2 extra opens. And of course we're hoping to, you know, open box 10, 15 times. If possible. So I'll go back in here and make sure I got good quantity. And we're back in. DQ Sun, thanks for the sub. Rarity affects div cards? No, it doesn't. It affects unique drops, though, which can drop, so. It's either that or, I mean, I'm either running a gold flask or a granite flask. I don't really need a granite flask for this farm, so. That's all just wrong. Gold flask. We got the wrong breach again. Damn. Lucky. Oops, I didn't want to open that. Misclicked. 2 Diviner boxes together. Nice. Already seen like 4? Accidentally opened one. Another one. Quant Shrine, nice. Small number. Unfortunately, last league we saw a reduction in the quant frequency and number. Wow, we actually got a lot of. We got a lot of Diviner boxes, something like 7 or more. Still haven't scouted everything. Ooh. Gonna be a juicy one. Please give me more quant. More quantity alter. Please. I might have missed this one too. Dude, there might be like 9 on this map. My goodness. This is a big one here. Wait, why did I... Oops. See the flat roll and percent roll? You want those combined if possible. You want at least a high roll range of one of those two. And 3 prefixes. Not +1 chest level, that's a bad mod. Or useless mod. See that? That's a good one. Very good. Might be one of the biggest maps of the entire 100 maps. If I can get a few reopens here. This is definitely like top 5% quantity of diviner boxes. Ah! Damage. These delirium after death effects and things. That's 2 sanctuary maps on this map. And still no cartographers. Alright, well. That is all of it. It's gotta be at least 1,000 cards. Unless I'm like grossly mistaken. A 1,001. Alright. Two bosses. I guess it doesn't really matter. If one dies, definitely the other will as well. They're fast. There it is! Alright, pretty bad. Usually I would see more things on the screen as well. I'm using the Omega Strict filter here. Yeah, that was pretty bad for 1,000 cards. To not even get a quad fortunate of 1,000 cards is super bad. What? Just how it goes. You will lose currency doing this strat in any one given map until you don't. And when you don't, you really make good on it. Stop spawning the wrong breach, man. 3 times in a row? I want that breach normally, but not now. Nice roll. Currency dupe. Yeah. We're doing Twister Druid? Yeah, probably. Unless there's just like no synergy at all. If I can't do Twister, I mean, assuming that they're not like massively nerfing the skill gem or something. If Druid offers literally nothing, I'll probably do Titan Twister then. Because I had already kind of plotted out a decent Titan Twister tree. I might like make the character and play with it a bit, you know, next week. I also had several other people in my community who were excited about AoE themed twisters and went and made that character, and they liked it, although it's damage. It's unfortunately like quite a bit less damage than Deadeye, but it was really, they said they really enjoyed it, like thematically and the feel of it and everything. Yeah, it does, yeah. I mean, basically Titan is going to be able to get at least 2 additional breakpoints than what Deadeye does for a reasonably similar amount of investment. Hey, there's a quad altar, nice. Ed Vials seems to drop a lot more cards per hour than used to. Do you consider following his farm? No, because I don't know where you're getting that information, since this is the 3rd map that I've done. Where are you even getting that information? I did say he was doing some kind of plenty scarab farm. I mean, it looks fine. He's only going for scryed cards, though. I get every single card in the game. I might drop with this strat. Same farm from last league. Right, and it was a pretty good farm last league. Obviously, this farm is very, very difficult to pin down exactly how good it is, because it's every single card, and they're all extremely rare, but it's every single card you might drop. I've dropped a quad House of Mirrors doing this. I dropped, what was it, like 18 Apothecaries last league doing this? In like 600-ish maps or something. And that was just one card. I did have it scryed, so I had an increased chance. There's my 4 Fortunates. You scryed Defile Cathedral over here, you'll drop the Apothecary too, because you'll get it from like generic strong boxes. Or random monsters, which means you'll have 2 of them drop, or you'll get it from a random strong box, which you'll have 4 of them drop, as a matter of fact. Or it'll drop randomly from a diviner box anyway, because it can obviously still drop that way. Yeah, I scryed Defile. You definitely want to scry a really good card over on this farm. You'd want to take that super seriously. What a lot of people don't realize is, you know, we're opening like however many strong boxes per map. A ton of strong boxes per map. The boxes themselves drop generic loot, including scryed cards. Especially in a league like this league, where it's like, it seems like nothing drops anything. Boxes are actually a big component of raw loot that you get. by virtue of how bad everything else is. I'm talking about especially like ornate strongbox and like just like this one, so it's like menacing strongbox, just not arcana. Obviously, you're not gonna get div card from an arcana strongbox, but the other boxes that you normally don't care about at all, they can still drop cards. All right, here is, guys, check out how many Eldritch packs spawn from this. So here's the Eldritch pack there. The div card rewards is also good. Another Eldritch pack. So a lot of Eldritch packs will spawn in this zone, like tons of them, like you would in a normal map. It's something that has helped elevate this strat, is the league mechanic. So last league we didn't, we had Mercs, which didn't, Mercs didn't offer anything in this regard, so. I'm a magic diviner. Brother's gift. Nice. One gift. One exalted orb. We'll not be doing the fortress, by the way. All right, cartographer. Let's see what we get. Hey, all right. Look, see, double sanctuary. Double sanctuary. There it is. Well, I think I only got like, what did I only get? One box? One diviner? I think I got two. I don't know. This is a bad map. Oh yeah, I forgot to say we will be getting a fair amount of delirium orbs doing this. $128. Okay, 7 years bad luck. Now, this might have dropped from the one diviner's box that I dropped, but probably this came from Defiled Cathedral Scry over to Mausoleum, and it dropped off of a regular strong box because there's 4. It could have dropped twice off of 2 separate mobs. Probably, this is what I was talking about earlier. Regular strong boxes drop cards too, scried cards, and so, I've gotten several apothecaries from that method as well. So obviously, 7 years bad luck is going to show up sometimes. So that's a nice way of getting extra cards. It's kind of similar, but a little bit detached from the primary farm, which is diviner's boxes. Does the hive contribute loot to the boss? I don't know. I'm not interested in doing the hive, though. I don't really think it's worth the time to do it. The tree, we have an atlas. You have to go check out the Twitch side. There's an atlas command for it. Mr. Believable. It's basically the identical farm from 3.26. You can pull up my YouTube video from 3.26 if you want. Might be some tiny differences, but yeah, basically the same. The only difference is really is whether I was doing like 2.16 8 mod or 2.16.5 6 mod or 8 mod or yeah. Either way, the tree I think would be the exact same. We weren't running beyond, so there's no new moved, changed nodes to worry about. I've also tested beyond on this kind of strat before. I don't think it's worth it. Actually, does Red Vows have beyond on his tree? Double Diviner, nice. Oh, why did I even get that? Part of what determines whether or not I go ahead and exalt is if the exalt is guaranteed to hit a prefix, and therefore I know I only need to spend one exalt. More often than not, exalts hit suffix, so I don't want to spend 2 for the price of 1. Dropped a mirror in SSF. I built something in trade. Any map, boss, and capable builds y'all recommend that budget? I got a decent hybrid build here, but it's actually less than a mirror in investment. I still think the cluster farm is probably like the best farm in the league right now. It's still crazy that thing is going on strong. Do you guys see it's all the way up to 5 div again? The claw cluster, 5 div? Like what in the world? What is going on? I'm gonna have to make like one more video on that. Nice, reopen. I think I'm gonna make one more video on the cluster farm. Cause I get so sick and tired of people saying like, oh, this farm's no good now the streamer made video on it, or oh, now you see the cluster is on the way down, it's no good anymore. People are absolutely losing their mind. Somebody said earlier, the comments, somebody made some comment earlier, somebody asked kind of a weird question, and somebody said, this league has people cooked in the comments, something. I absolutely agree. People are like messed in the head, this league. Saying the craziest stuff. Basically like, you know, doom and gloom about the league. Well, like, you don't, on that cluster strat, you don't have to kill the boss. Were you talking about the non-boss killing version? It doesn't matter that much how strong your character is if you're doing the non-boss version. 7-Eleven cards. 7-Eleven, really? Hey, I got dinner at 7-Eleven last night. Nice. Nice. Here we go. 4 fortunate. Oh, so few cards on the list drop there. I don't like throwing all my clusters at once in the merchant. Why? It's so easy to liquidate them.
They are watching you from beyond this world. Can you feel them?
Yeah, I still live in Japan. That is some Laggy McLaggerson. Crashes the price. You think pretty highly of yourself if you think it's crashing the price. I mean, maybe if you put like 20 claw clusters in at once. But anything else, I mean, no. I mean, I see like within like 30 minutes to an hour or something, somebody comes in and just buys all of them. Especially things like 12 passive spell clusters for like 30 CPs. U2 got his mirror wand rushing delay. Wait, cluster farming like this? Not like this, but like what I was doing before. Have I done scarab farming? No, I've dabbled in it a little bit, but in its current state, it doesn't really appeal to me. The most interesting variation of scarab farming right now to me looks like a blight. But I mean, I don't really want to do it. I tried blight, like I was interested enough in blight to maybe do it for currency farming, but it just wasn't very good. Oh yeah, you know, actually, that is true. I forgot to test that. That was in the back of my mind. Potentially box rolling scarab farm again, but I don't know. Like that's not the most invigorating farm ever. Why did I open that? What am I doing? Surprised you on Mage Blood? Well, everybody seems to think that I can't kill a hard boss without Headhunter buffs, so I figured I'd go Mage Blood this time. Just to, you know. Since that's the only other belt in the game. You would drop Quant Altar right now. Box monsters aren't native? I mean, I don't necessarily believe that. If that was really the case, well then why would I have dropped a containment scarab? No, if that was the case, why would boxes still be, like, so good? I'm running 16s. There's not that much incentive to do 16.5 now. We really only care about the quant roll on the map. Wow, everything that boss dropped was good. Interesting. It's weird. Just start counting how many sanctuary maps I have.
The unrighteous will be turned to ash.
You guys see some of the YouTube comments on my recent videos. It looks like some people actively don't like this build that I'm running. I swear, like, it almost feels like there's a psyop going on about, like, assassination and perfect agony, and people really, they really want to be proven that it sucks or something, and I come out with a build like this and it kind of disrupts that narrative. I don't think I've ever seen quite so much pushback on like a kind of build I'm running, and then people saying, nuh-uh, 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 it's bad. Or something. Yeah, it really is weird. It's like it's such like almost like we're in tribal politics territory when it comes to things like build diversity and viable builds. And sometimes I just like throw my hands up in the air and be like, I kind of thought people wanted content creators to rep cool and unusual builds that were still viable. Like, when was a thing when it was like actively a detriment whenever, you know, people do things that are off meta and stuff? Looks like I'm gonna hit these all at one time. It's probably because it's not only that I'm just randomly doing something off meta, but that it's actually pretty good. And that's been... I'm not sitting here saying it's like the best build in the game or anything. I think it's a perfectly fine build. It's viable and works well for what it is, for the investment cost. When I suggest that when I even say the word tanky and this build in the same sentence, it makes people like, it triggers a lot of people. I wonder how good KB is against a 1000 div card boss. One thing I find in common in streamers this league, they say chatters and especially YouTube comment section is getting way more unhinged than ever. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing way more negative comments in YouTube video. I mean, the thing that's bewildering to me is I think as far as, you know, every content creator is talented in different ways, and I think one of the best things I do is I pretty well bulletproof myself against criticism, unreasonable criticism things by I don't use extreme language. I don't talk in black and white. I incorporate a great deal of nuance in what I'm saying, and I show numbers, and I extremely high integrity, transparency, think that these are what make up my brand. So it's, in other words, it's very difficult to like peel apart an argument that I'm making and like, you know, try to expose it for being BS or something. It's really hard for people to actually do that on the merits, and you see very little of that. It's bewildering to me, you know. I mean, one example of this is the fact that, you know, I do farms like this. I don't do 20 map sets. I don't do 40 map sets. I usually do a 100 map set or even 1,000 map set in these farms. And it's all streamed live, which means, you know, there's proof of it going on there. It's like, you know, that's just one example. I came out with 2 videos, one breaking down all the various different defensive layers of this build, and one breaking down all the various offensive layers of this build, and I mean, it's just a data. It's just a straight up data-oriented video. And the people still taking it, people still got a problem with it, like, as if I was like, I don't know, lying or something in a purely data-oriented video. Here's where this number on path of building comes from. Here's where this defensive layer. Here's this defensive layer. I don't know how you. I don't know how you get all up in arms about something like that. I started making content because I saw a lack of transparency and nuance from content creators, especially around strategy guides, making currency. It was literally the reason why I started making content. Because I thought I could do it better. I thought I could bring forth, you know, a level of integrity, transparency, and all that to the community that had never existed before, or at least wasn't existing at the time. Somewhere along the way, people started thinking even I was like misleading them. It's really bizarre. I go to such great lengths to make sure that's not the case. I did this type of strat for 2 weeks of this league before I couldn't take rolling boxes anymore. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely be a little tired of it after 100 maps. It's because people aren't efficient, can't replicate your numbers. Yeah, I mean, there's some truth in that, yeah. I've even gotten in the habit of saying these are the results I get if you have a character like mine, if you're as fast as I was, if I do this strat over and over, these are the kind of numbers I'm gonna get. Like I didn't used to use language like that, even like just even more nuance into the equation. Now I've started using language like that just to make it even harder for people to, you know, get shitty about. Oh sure, Mr. Streamer with his streamer RNG and his mirror tier build can do the, you know, those kind of comments. Basically, my goal is to leave people no angle from which they can legitimately argue against the merits of whatever strat that I've done. It's always intriguing to see people try. Usually in a pathetic fashion, but you know, upon rare occasion, you might see somebody have like a halfway solid argument. It's rare though. A lot of cartographer boxes and diviner boxes. Ooh, where's the 16.5 at least? Come on. I have way more diviner boxes than I realized. Whoa. Huge rarity. Where's my quantity? Back in the day, people trusted nobody. I mean, you had everything from like Path of Math, which I mean, I don't really need to. Do I need to say anymore? And Grimro, like people, like if you actually go back and look at, you would think, some of you guys might be memory hold on this, but if you would think that you know, Grimro, one of the most respected members of the community, he most certainly was not. When it came to, here's how I got my Mage Blood in 3 days at League Start, farming Delirium bosses or something off stream, you know, or part of it was on stream, part of it was off stream. It drove people nuts. They didn't believe him. The greatest intentions. You could probably go look at the comment section of his videos from like 5-6 years ago. You'll see like that they are. There's a lot of negativity in there. Oh, I gotta come back in for daily rewards. $40C. Whereas the evidence Grimro RMT'd, I'm not suggesting he did. I'm just saying that's when I was looking at, you know, the by and large all the currency farming strat videos, nobody was immune to negative comments of people. The community by and large was not trusting. There was very little trust between the community and content creators as a whole. Everyone from Path of Math all the way to Grimro, for who you would think would be good. There were several other content creators at the time. There was like Tripolar Bear, I think it was Tuna, and I mean there was Subtractum. There was varying levels of trust, but it was pretty rough. Like it looked like there was it was like a dark time. There was, you know, Fast AF. There were obviously some people that, to this day, people don't believe. Yeah, I think Grimro had a habit of not streaming. He definitely, I don't think he ever streamed 100% of his League Start, which is, I mean, that alone, we just left people, you know, you make a... And what I realized from that, seeing that, is like, okay, if you're gonna make a currency farming video, and you're gonna do a test run of it, you damn well better stream the entirety of it. It better be available somewhere for people to see uncut, because otherwise you have no irrefutable evidence that you did this. And that was, you know, a trademark policy I put on myself. I said, and every single farming video I've ever come out with no exception, has been streamed 100% of it. Now, it may be across a few days, But like, you know, we have a dump tab, nothing goes in, nothing goes out except on that. And if somebody wanted to, they have the VODs there to take all the skepticism in the world, apply it, and scrutinize the hell out of it to see if it's real or not. And people like that, you know, people... I noticed that was when my channel started growing, that was something different about the comment section of my currency guides and other people's, is you didn't see comments like, oh, sure you did. Like, somebody said there was a trader there. Yeah, like, I didn't have a trader. You know, people couldn't say, yeah, you didn't really do it in this amount of time, or you didn't really get that amount of... You definitely, like, added currency in between it or something like that. You know, people couldn't say that. There were all kinds of crazy accusations that have been floating around. The trader one was a big one too, yeah. Like, people felt like it was unfair when streamers used a dedicated trader to trade for items, and then they would, you know, somehow like cut corners on efficiency and stuff through doing that. Grimbo's video was, look how smart and cool my farm was. Here's the video. It's dead now. I mean, it was usually just delirium reward farming on like day one or something. It was quite often the same farm every time. It was delirium, and he was doing it with like Firegrass, and they were like a team and stuff. And they had a trader. I guess there's something to that. Maybe I'm discounting the fact that, you know, when I make a farming video, I'm trying to do it through the lens of somebody who would want to copy it. And the hope is that whatever that farm is or was is not suddenly dead after I do it. It's not something in a microcosm of, check out this amazing farm. Oh yeah, it's only good in the first 48 hours of the league. Sorry. Here's a video 72 hours after the league starts about it. You know, I definitely find that pretty shitty whenever you're doing that. Because, I mean, I guess the takeaway is, all right, we'll catalog it maybe next league. I can try to do this thing, but, you know, who knows if it's still going to be good. He just wanted people to think he was clever. I didn't read into it that deep.
Just need a moment.
Although, you know, he's a content creator, wants views, makes money. If anything, it's probably that simple. Firegrass Poison TS League Starter thing. I guess that is the ultimate go down in infamy League Start guide. That was so weird coming across that and then realizing I wanted to do that League Starter when I was at the height of my powers, and then pulling it off. That was definitely a fulfilling time. There was a decent chance I was going to League Start Poison Tornado Shot this league, actually. That was number 2 on my list. If the Assassin rework hadn't come in the way it did, I probably would have done that. I made the POB for it. I have the POB for Poison TS League Starter this league. I mean, it's kind of a rough draft, but it's there. Yeah, this thing's hard to hit. Was Firegrass, like, he was a good build creator, right? I heard he just got unlucky with the way that went down. It wasn't that it was like a bad build. Look how many Eldritch packs spawn here. This is wild. He slammed into this one spot. I'm using tier 16s. Tier 16. Another sanctuary map. Speaking of dark times in the community, we've since the whole like the dark ages of currency earning strats, that's long gone now. It's been better than the worst case. The worst of it was like 4 years ago or something. It was like really dark time. It's better now. People kind of come around to it, and fewer people making guides and stuff, I guess. Which naturally makes people appreciate more demand, less supply. He was a dick about it? Oh, really? I thought being a dick about your build gave you bonus points, if anything. When they fail that epically. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't there. I only heard about it. I have to imagine it was blown out of proportion, though. As many things are. People warned me. Like, they made it seem like when I was trying to make a league starter for it, they were like, this build lives forever in infamy. Nobody can dare touch it. It's like it's some sort of infamous build that's been sealed away in a dark coffer somewhere. No streamer dares to even make on, even though it showed promise in being a strong starter. I even had some people say in the mix that I was like risking my content creation career over league starting poison tornado shot. Oh, I'm bleeding to death. Stop it. Got Mage Blood doing Bloodlines farm. Hey. It was fun seeing Jungrown criticize your POB in a way I can do better. Yeah, I saw Jungrown's full critique if it was the one day that he did it. I took away a few golden nuggets on there, but he was, yeah, I mean, it's disappointing to see. Like, there's critiquing a build, and then there's like just shitting on a build. And I mean, quite often people like him, it's a fine line they're riding on that, and he definitely was unreasonably harsh and making fun of it in ways that were, I guess, would be justified if he was right. Like, if the build really did suck. But it didn't suck. I don't know, maybe I'll make a shitty build someday again. The last time I made a build that, in my opinion, underperformed was Necropolis League starter. It was reverse chill elemental hit, the original elemental hit, not of the Spectrum. That was a really cool, fun build, and it did evolve into something cool with, like, what is it? Skin of the Lord's Avatar Fire variant, which was actually really awesome. But it wasn't until I hit that point where it started to feel pretty good and do what it was meant to do. I look back on that build and you know, if somebody were to say, you're not as good of a build creator as you think, remember this build, it wasn't so good, I would say, yeah, that build really did actually underperform a little compared to what I hoped. And I have to give it, but nobody ever really complained about that build. Not anything like they do for Elemental Hidden Spectrum, which is an outstanding build. This build, which is, in my opinion, not as good as Elemental Hidden Spectrum, all things considered, but it's still pretty solid. It's more niche, obviously. The Twister build from PoE 2, the Flicker Monk from PoE 2 that I did. It's... yeah, like I've gotten more attention from certain content creators who like to shit on builds at the exact same time as I got a lot better at making builds. And it's very, very strange. Because, you know, as a person who makes the build, plays the build, and evolves the build to several hundred divines, as the one who actually does this, all of it, I know whether a build's underperforming, overperforming, or right where I think it's going to be. And it's really odd. I've only gotten better at it, you know? Naturally, I can get better at it over time. I've been railed up and down for the Elemental Hidden Spectrum League Starter with its 4 to 5k max fizz hit. People lose their mind about that. It's like, why wouldn't you cut corners there? It's absolutely not needed. Look at the build strengths. Play into the build strengths. You're not doing it justice unless you do that. Sure, you can make Elemental Hidden Spectrum with Oath of Winter and make it tanky at the same time. You just gotta throw away a bunch of speed and damage for it? For what? Like, what's the point? Twister was absolute go to the build. Yeah. Yeah. PoE 2 is even bigger head scratcher for me than anything. I think some of my best content ever has come out of PoE 2. Twister was like 3% played or something last league. And the league before. Like 3%, like what? We'll see how many people want to play Twister this time, I guess. If I do Twister again. Dang it, I keep getting wrong stuff. Going to be LA Roa. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. The marginally fast lightning arrow Roa again. Probably. That'll be especially funny to see that happen yet again if they inevitably, you know, don't nerf Whirling Slash and Twister like they're probably not going to because it's only 3% played, so who cares? Hold on, I'm probably going to league start Druid Twister. Druid Twister has to be halfway decent just because it starts near the highest number of AoE and skill effectuation nodes. Not saying it's going to be better than Deadeye, but it has to be baseline decent. It starts in a good place. So the reason why I'm most interested in playing Twister Druid is because I got a huge kick out of last league's discovery of how strong AoE scaling is for Twister. And I think that it's so incredibly strong that it actually warrants cutting corners on, you know, Frenzy Charge tech from Deadeye or, you know, even Tailwind speed and barrage damage nodes from the start of the Ranger tree. You actually get so much AoE and skill effectuation on that left-hand bottom side that it might completely make up for the loss of the other thing. I also might play it differently, like like quick casting, not salvo support style, not salvo support, and not frenzy charge focus in a major way. Thanks for putting so much time into it. Yeah, you're welcome. I do it. I do it for you guys and myself. You can naturally path the unleash notes. Yeah, probably not worth it though. If you only had 10 containments, would you run this strat or just do no? If you only had 10 containments because you're poor, then I would not run this strat, no. You want to be floating a lot of currency before doing this strat. 726 cards. Uh-oh, this guy's, this guy heals or something? Can't be leeched from, I guess. Can't be leeched from? Rogue's Grip. Is that what that does? Oh my god, I gotta look this up. What the hell? What does Rogue's Grip do? That did something terrible for my build. Chance to avoid. No, it doesn't do anything like that. It's chance to avoid hits. Wait, why is he... Okay, well, I don't understand this pathing. That was insane pathing he was doing. Dude, chance to avoid hits is like, what, 100%? What the hell? You should already be dead. Do I have less accuracy on top of it? Oh, I do have less accuracy on top of it. Okay, it must be some weird thing where I only have like a 20% chance to hit him. Maybe, That's weird. I've never run into this situation before. So having to respec just to get more accuracy. Okay, can't do that. That's awkward. No suppress cap. Probably don't need it. Let's hope I actually hit this guy. So he's possessed with a spirit that gives him a lot of avoidance. On top of that, it happens to be one of like 6 accuracy reduced maps that I'm running. Okay, I see. My hit chance was so bad that I wasn't even able to sustain. Actually, still not able to really sustain. Also, my projectiles are at random, which means he's only getting hit by like a third of them anyway. You can see there, like, I'm blowing up corpses in no man's land constantly. Oh my god. This is so crazy. No, I don't want help from you guys. I never take help from this because then that cuts into the, you know, the truth of how good the farm is. I should be able to figure this out myself. I'm not really sure what to do though. I can give myself more life on hit. Let's see here. I can. Grib, say thanks for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Caught me in an awkward bossing moment. Alright, I'm just gonna cut all of my suppression, because I don't think it really does anything here. Where else? Where else? Oh. That. Alright, that is a lot of life on hit. Now, I got some weird, possessed mob. So, like, if I wasn't randomly shooting projectiles, I'd probably be fine. If I didn't have the Bismuth ore, I'd probably be fine. If he wasn't ghosted, I'd probably be fine. But it's like all three of those at once. It's like, screwed me over. But I just gave myself a huge amount of life on hits, so I think it'll be fine now. He had so much avoidance, I couldn't even... Oh yeah, and the map spawn with less accuracy too. Precision could be helpful. Now, I should have nearly 100% hit chance now. So I overcapped by like a huge amount with the second accuracy wheel. We're fine. This is gonna take him down. Whoa, hit the wrong screen. But don't accidentally alt tab. Sucks as took so much time though. Give me my life. Dude, he better drop a big card. He probably is gonna drop a big card, right? He's definitely not gonna drop garbage, right? There's only 700 cards. Hey, Monochrome's a big card. Kind of. Yeah, if I wasn't tricking. Probably. I haven't done a huge number of these kind of maps, but that was definitely the biggest workaround I've ever had to do to kill that boss. At least I got something out of it. Yeah, I think that's right. Whew. Okay. Go combo. How many sanctuary maps I have? 2, 3, 4, 7. One for each map? We still gotta give a shout out to our guy. Shout out Scrimps. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Still playing some PoE 1 if you're still here. You might be gone. Map goops. Gotta get that dinner, yeah. Not quite dinner time for me. Dude, I'm seeing so many reflecting mists and sears. I don't normally see reflecting mists and sear that much on this strat. Weird. God, such low roll range. Yeah, so I just asked if you'd been playing PoE 1 still. Really loving it despite the loot being in weird place. Well, this is one of the most tempered economies I've seen. Don't have wild fluctuations in the value of things. That is nice. Without just crazy juicing? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I made a really good choice this league going for cluster farming myself. That was my bread and butter strat, so I farmed up Mage Blood. This fractures. So you dropping fractured items? Man, all the wrong boxes reopening here. Harvesting boxes. Your boxes, farmer? Delve has been surprisingly good money. Yo, I bet Harvest has been pretty good money. Ugh. I just realized this farm's surprisingly easy on my PC. One good side effect of it. $60 div and 100 maps. How many div per hour was it? I guess you can't do those maps super fast. Stream of monsters. Not what I really want to see on this farm. Harvest mob kills you sometimes. Yeah. Giga Eldritch spawns. Yo yo. I'm skipping the breach mechanic for the most part, but I'm relishing in all the extra Eldritch packs that spawn on a containment map inside a breach. No! Nothing to leech. Explosions all over the place. Okay, okay. Through walls teleport. Saying it's better than regular Frostblink? Will I try Ethereal Farm? I don't even know what that is. Never heard of it. $362 cards. Wow. That's pretty good for 362 cards. We got some money, ladies and gentlemen. We got a little bit of money there. Leveled up from 7 years. I actually didn't drop Brother's Stash before Brother's Gift. Now you know the farm's actually fake. It's fake. There's no way. I always drop Brother's Stash before Gift. Not today, though. Not today.
You cannot stop death.
I've gone 100 maps straight without a card that good before, so you won't see me complaining about this session. That's really unlucky if you do, but I remember last league I did this farm like 3 separate times because I kept getting such terrible RNG. I never once got even like baseline RNG on any one of the 300 farming sessions that I did. It almost spurred me into action to do like 1,000 map set because it was so frustrating. I would do the farm off stream, drop apothecaries, and then do it on stream, not drop anything. So infuriating. Yes. Why would you farm off stream? Because you take a job and turn it into a hobby. I don't always want to be on camera talking to people about stuff. Always having to, like, you know, think about what I say before I say it and try to say something every 7 seconds. You know, the golden rule. Why weren't you recording? I mean, I had the NVIDIA app recording in the background if something crazy happened. Although sometimes it wasn't active when I thought it was. So. No, dude, why? I got pushed off. I'm too much of an introvert to, like, always want to be online when I'm playing. That's... I can't do that. Oh, no. I need alchemy orb. Alchemy orb. Chance orb. Alright, I can do this. Chance it to rare. 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 Oh my god. Ow. There's no alchemy. How do I not see alchemy orbs? Anywhere? This is absolutely insane. I can't find an alchemy orb anywhere. Not even one. I'm really gonna have to port back for that? I mean, what's the chance of failing to hit rare like 8 times in a row? What? Alright, I'm actually mad now. The fact that I somehow scoured half the map and I don't see a single alchemy orb on the floor is beyond insane. That should never happened. I would better get the best loot ever from this box. It won't even hit percent. Jeez. Wow.
Just need a moment.
So, who here has done divination card farming in box rolling edition? Ah, not your thing. Yeah, not everybody wants to roll boxes, for sure. 518 cards. More cards than when I dropped quad gift. Quad monochrome again. Not bad. Monochrome is big this league. I think I get a lot of my currency back hitting that card. Rolling boxes is hard. Really though? Really though? Yeah, you need to scry a card. It's important to do that. Especially on Mausoleum, which doesn't have a good card by default. While the focus is on diviner boxes, which scry doesn't matter, you still are dropping a lot of random loot in these maps. You're gonna want to... dude, what in the world? Oh, that drives me up a wall. Been too exalt on it to hit wasted. Best map described? Probably Mausoleum or Defiled Cathedral. If that apothecary is going to be as high as it is. I do prefer big ticket cards. I mean, whatever card is truly like the highest EV. If the highest EV is not some big time card, then fine, you know, whatever. This might be a minus max map. Oh yeah, I misclicked the box. Mobs can like shove you out of the way too, which is really awkward. Like you get nudged while trying to roll. So you don't want to be in combat while you're doing this. All the Divine Orb cards above Apothecary. I mean, does that take into account the fact that the 7 years bad luck is on here too, though? Garbage in that. Oh, well, I mean, in previous times, especially late in leagues, the Mage Blood has crashed. It's been as low as, like, 50 div a piece. I think last league, it got down pretty low, because people could print tier 0s like crazy. Can I explain a bit box reroll mod? There's flat rolls and then there's percent increase rolls. The best types of rolls are either the big flat quantity roll or the percent increase quantity roll. If you combine both of those at the same time, you get a great box. +1 chest level is worthless, and then there's 3 other mods that are decent. Additional items. So best is like 14 additional cards with, or 14 extra cards with 105% increased quantity of cards combined with one of the other additional card mods. But really, you only need one of the big mods to make it worth it. Otherwise, you're like rolling too much, spending too much time and currency into it. I think I'm gonna run all my minus max res maps at once. Get that in my head and then get those done and then not have to worry about that anymore. Ice Nova shouldn't be killing me like that. Unless it's really ugly map mod. Fine orb. Oh, this looks like an AoE map too. I think there were quite a few diviner boxes on this map. Yeah. Cutthroat grip. 549. Sanctuary map. Nah. I got 3 divine orbs. That's a little lucky, I think. Oh, what? I miscounted the maps. Sanctuary. Any idea what like Red Vial and Bob are doing pilfering on dunes when you can't kill the boss to negate the boss altars?
You will never escape this nightmare.
Oh, okay. I see your question. It's probably a number of factors, just convenience of Dune's map being the easiest to access, or like it's such an easy map to do, pretty cheap map to buy. Maybe you don't have to roll it. Although I think Red Vial is actually rolling and splitting his maps. Triple divine, bro. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's what I like. Like that. That's what I want to see. I don't think there's a really good market for T16.5 Mausoleum. They probably don't want to do Jungle Valley because it's like a really rippy boss. But actually, that's not true because it doesn't really matter. They're never going to have more than like 20, 30 cards on the map anyway, so it doesn't matter. They're probably just being lazy and not taking in... they're not putting it all that much stock in the fact that they're wasting some Eldritch Altars. They don't care, I guess. Should ask him. That'd be a good question to ask him. Mausoleum also, I mean, one of the downsides to this boss is it takes extra time to spawn him. They're trying to do the maps in like in super fast time too. You gotta keep in mind. You got a lot of boxes on this map. $105. So yeah, I've noticed. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. I noticed people have latched on to this new divination farm with plenty. This league. I think the farm's been around forever. It's just people finally like, I don't know, a content creator finally is pushing it. Looks really complicated, rolling boxes. Well, it's especially complicated because it's so hard not to misclick this stupid thing. There's so many boxes on this map, I have to actually go back and get materials. Crazy. This map is frigging juiced. Let's get a big one. Let's get like 1,500 cards. I need some box to open like 7 times in a row. Come on, if none of them reopen, it's not gonna work.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
1,124 cards. Well, this is the record so far. I slow enemies by a lot. 50% reduced movement speed. And more triple home. Home? Not the greatest. Not the greatest. Also many diviners. My map only has 3 max always. Your map doesn't have only 3 maximum always. Stop lying. Unless you've only ever done like 7 maps. I average like 2 or 3 boxes every map, which means some maps I get 0, some maps I get like 8 or 9. That's how it goes. Yeah, I got Defiled Cathedral Scribe. That's why the 7 years bad luck is probably from a generic. Alright, let's count how many diviners I got. I got 1. Should go the other way. One so far. Are you doing containment? With ambush on the map device? Two. Only scouted half the map. I already can see 2. Three. There's 3. I'm quite certain I don't average more than 3. Average. It's probably close to 3, maybe a little less. $30 on a map rolling boxes? 30 minutes? I'm spending maybe like 7 or 8 minutes per map. At most, like twice as long compared to, you know, really, really fast. Like hyper fast strat, like the shrine juicing strat or something. It was like 3 to 4 minutes per map. If I was doing these maps on like stagnation, I don't know. Maybe. I am doing containment. This is containment. I'm not rolling every box. Just diviners and cartographers. It's only like a few boxes per map. Okay, I only found 3 on this map. Only 3. See if they reopen. Got 1 reopen.
Just need a moment to
Yeah, 2 reopens. Ooh, we doing good. 6 boxes in 2. Here's my open RNG. I got 1 more down here, I think. Yeah. Alright, this is the best rolled box. And oh, no open. Alright, 7. 7 boxes in 3. These other boxes aren't so important. We were off to a pretty good start, having before the first 10 maps, getting quad 7 years and quad Brothers Gift. Better than average. $771. So I did get 100 cards per opening. Nice. Nice. Feel the wrath of my level 30 on Earth. This is where slowing him down comes in handy. Aw, no good cards. No, if the mass boss is duplicated, the first kill won't drop anything. You gotta kill both versions to drop anything. That was people's very first question when they saw the new Scarab. Nah, it's too good to be true. Mausoleum because the boss is pushover? Yes, that and because the boss isn't spawned at the opening of the map, so all Eldritch Altars will be... will have no boss altars. Percent. There we go. Wait, what? I don't have alchemy orbs. What? I want alchemy orbs. Empower? We might have a map with no diviner boxes here. Oh, there's one. No discernment. Oh, I'm definitely running discernment. Yeah, I have discernment. Only one. Diviner's box. Only one. I do have cartographer. It's a big cartographer box here. No reopen. Shoot. Okay. I thought I exploded the corpses. Really? Mana Leech. Mana Leech Synth Amulet mod. How do you activate frenzy charges if you got rid of the Warlord's Mark? Late in game. Oh, is it just Benchcraft Quiver? $138 cards. Yeah, it's Quiver. That's always an alternative.
True strength comes from within, and I know for a fact you are him.
My God. Spicy map. Blessed Orb 8 times more common than Divine Orb Altar. Well, hitting the Divine Orb Altar is not that special in this farm, to be fair. Oh, nice. Crap, I let my mirror go out. Whoops. I actually got 2 quant alters though. More quant than usual. 3 diviner boxes, I think. Oh, we got 1 reopen. Lucky. 2. 3. Dude, like every box is reopening. What? Too much of a good thing. I wonder if the breach is removing boxes from the map. Probably not, right? You guys got the news? PoE 2 date release finally here. Whoa, it's got 1,000 cards. Jesus. Wait a minute. I only opened box 6 times. I got 1,000 cards. That's crazy. Way overperformed. At 250 quant, that's not that big. God, this guy is freaking. Why is he so fast? Is there movement speed can't, action speed can't be reduced, I guess? Down to nothing. Ah, 4 divine beauty, okay. Did you say you've dropped average number of brothers' gifts? Well, I'm only in the first 20 maps. To get 4 brothers' gift in 20 maps is lucky. Are you talking about brothers' gift versus stashes? Then yeah. I mean, every single card is eligible. I'm not just farming Brother's Gift. I'm farming every card in the game, including House of Mirrors and Apothecaries and just any card you can imagine. Any card that can drop from stacked deck can drop from these. So I mean, the fact that I got Brother's Gift is kind of lucky, but also not that insane, because again, every single card can drops. Those are like the lowest roll ranges ever. Was it like 58 and 5? Dang. I actually spawned like 6 Eldritch Altars.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I wonder how many people are still playing this league. What does the retention look like on this league? Gotta be pretty bad. One of the worst ever. Not surprised. I haven't heard anybody talk about it. I haven't seen like a Surgog video on it. Oh, we got at least 4 boxes. No, I misclicked. GGG just fucked this league on purpose. Oh, tinfoil hat. All right, we are. Yeah, we're spamming boxes here. We're reopening. I had at least 4 boxes. Getting a lot of reopens. Do you have Arcanus nodes? No, I do not. Evidenced by 1 divine drop. Arcanus is too common. It'll get in the way of the spawn rate of diviner boxes. This is the actual serious diviner box farm. You can do it taking Arcanus nodes if you're like scared out of your mind of dropping, you know, 1 mirror from an Arcanus box or something. Which I did do like 3 leagues ago or something. But it wasn't during this farm, actually. Well, I'm interested to see how many cards we got on this boss. $1,300, a new record. God, I got him slowed. Can KB kill a boss like this in any reasonable time? I did not get good cards at all. Sanctuary map, most valuable drop. With headhunter stacks, yeah. Well, I'm no stranger to relying on headhunter stacks to kill a boss. Although I've been made fun of for doing that, so... I guess that's no good. Headhunter Crush, is it really? Is it really like that big of a deal? It's pretty funny. That's pretty ironic. So are KB builds getting made fun of for having to rely on Headhunter to do their content? They must be getting made fun of for that, right? Nobody's congratulating me about having a build that doesn't need Headhunter. Usually I just get made fun of because I have Mage Blood. And then I need Mage Blood as a crutch for this build or something. Whoa, divider boxes everywhere. No belt build. So I'm gonna have to come out with League Starter with no belt. Actually, I got made fun of for my belt on the League Starter version of the guy because John Groan said it was a trash belt. So I just can't win, you know? If I go Headhunter, I get made fun of. If I go Mage Blood, I get made fun of. If I have some random off-meta belt, I get made fun of. So it's just... there's just no way. I mean, the belt slot is cursed, I guess. I thought the League Star version of the build had a pretty cool belt idea. It was very easy to get. It's called Doriani's something. I don't even remember the name of it. There's 3 variants, though. One for fire, one for cold, one for light. It was to get Detonate Dead Leech, Life Leech. Is the main purpose of it. The Wretch is my favorite. I like the Wretch only for leveling, but not as an actual like League start belt. No. 300 life. Wow. +1 level. Nothing matches the speed and clear of KB Deadeye. Nothing, huh? No bow build. Warden with tinctures doesn't beat it. And I mean, that's nice and all, but you know, we're talking about a dying game here. The real question is, what is the fastest build in PoE 2? Whoa. Holy toxic. This is the most toxic you'll ever see me. Hey, nice. Dude, get that crazy Frost Nova out of here. The next generation ARPG is Path of Exile 2. What will the fastest build be this time? Maybe it'll be Druid Twister. Oh. I really want the best build to be some sort of hybrid build that actually requires you to think and do stuff. What in the world? Hey. Hey. I pray there's something crazy about the Druid that's like so synergetic with Twister. Ah, that'd be amazing. What if he has like, what if the Druid has an ascendancy that just like massively buffs all wind skills? Like what if he has an ascendancy that has like a dynamic huge buff to all wind skills while in shapeshift form? That would be amazing, because then you would cast Twister and then you go into shapeshift form while Twisters are going out killing stuff. I pray for that. That'd be so good. It'd be like the best thing ever. You know, I've tried a couple of different builds so far in PoE 2, playing Twister on Ritualist. Yeah, nothing comes close to clear speed, maybe Autobomber. No, I mean, I believe it. Ritualist probably has the best overall speed potential. Deadeye has the strongest, like, single target potential. Ritualist, strongest speed potential. Titan, strongest AoE potential. Maybe clear, I don't know. There's a few different ascendancies that can boast being the best. The point is, it's all Twister, right? Or are you doing it with all the crazy tech with the weapon swap stuff and spirit setup? Are you running Trinity and, you know, the whole 9 yards? Like, what was it? That body armor. Forgetting the name of it off the top of my head. Awesome. Did you come from Deadeye Lightning Arrow Roa land, like so many others before you? Dude. Percent, yo. I get percent plus flat one time. One time. Alright. Never do the Roa. Anti-Roa absolutist over here. Nice. Welcome to the club, I guess. I'm low-key so glad that Roa is not actually the fastest. A Roa build is not actually the fastest archetype in that game. I'd be so antithetical. Why did I reroll over that? It's so antithetical to the ARPG experience being on a mount, especially with only like certain classes having access to it or certain archetypes. I honestly hope they delete that. Maybe they'll remove Roa. They might, actually. It is something they might do. It's still early access. Imagine how mad people would be if they delete Roa from the game. I guess they wouldn't be that mad, but... I mean, you can still run. Roa skins coming soon? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's too easy, right? It probably is something as stupid as that, like they make it and then they're like, yeah, we don't like the way the game's designed, and there's like an argument between the MTX team and stuff, and then of course money wins out, and then, oh, we gotta keep it because we're making skins for it. They could just nerf it all the way to the ground, but then they'll make people mad too if it's super popular, people buy skins for it, and then they nerf it like crazy. Weird. It sounded like I was hearing a bunch of uniques drop. I was killing rogue exiles. Titanic exiles. Nice. There we go. Found the good box. We found the good box. Now, where's my sanctuary? I guess I can't drop one because I've already dropped one. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Oh, hey, there we go. 2 sanctuary maps? Unlucky. Well, they probably are going to nerf Deadeye really hard this time. Which is aptly timed when I'm not even interested in rolling Deadeye again. Already, from the get-go. Fine by me. I don't have chosen untinked. "17 maps. 17 sanctuary maps."
Suffering in this world stems from your ashes.
Cyclone? Cyclone? What? Wait, what? I didn't click that. Oh my god. Part of my reason for choosing Deadeye last league was just so that, just because I knew that Twister was going to be better than Lightning Arrow, and I wanted to make the transition for Lightning Arrow users easy, so they could switch over to Twister, which did happen with, you know, a number of players. Because I was on the fence about Invoker versus Deadeye. And it definitely played at least partial role in my decision. Huh. Thought I'd survive that. Yeah. Pilfering guide still valid for 3.27. Not. I would not probably follow the guide for 16.5, but for tier 16.8 mod, yes. I don't really think 16.5 is all that special now that they kind of lowered the quant roll numbers. It's all about the quantity roll in this type of strat. Got a pretty high quant this time, thanks to some Eldritch Altars. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's better. Well rolled 8 mod corrupted 16.5s would be good, but I mean they'd just be so expensive. I don't think it's worth messing with. TB4, you could actually chaos spam really high quant 6 modded 16.5s last league. To the point where it was worth pursuing that. We should have quite a few cards this time. We had a big quant roll. 894. 94. Let's see, might be a less accuracy map. Patient. How much quant? A lot of my maps are actually chiseled, so I have like 120 plus. I don't sell for anything less than 40% pack size, especially if there's no chisel. But if you can get like, you know, either like 44% pack size, which is a high quant number, there's like a direct relationship there, or you can get like 40% with chisels. Now most of them are 120 plus. It's pretty cheap to just like every mausoleum map costs 1C. I mean, you can just buy them in bulk and just chisel and spam Valorb them until you hit some 8 mods. Or you can buy 8 mod high quant pack size fairly easily. See, you're so elusive. I know. Every league, I always... Well, this league, it didn't take me long. I had to do like 6 maps or something before I found them, but a lot of times it's... I think the league before last, I had to run like 80 maps or something before I saw them. And that was with like quadruple risks against. Crazy. Ah, speaking of which, now you're really mad. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. Probably rage quit the stream. God. I saw the Predator movie. First time I've been to the cinema in a while. Anybody see that recent Predator movie? Looks stupid. I decided to go when I saw that. I went to look up the reviews or whatever, expecting it to be shit, and then it was like really high reviews, especially audience reviews. I was like, what? And I read a couple comments. I was like, all right, then let's go check it out. Then I don't have regrets too much. Thought it was all right. It was there was like one complaint about it. It was a little bit Disney-fied, a little bit, but I'm not like married to the Predator universe with like some sort of you can't do that in this universe. I felt like it was actually a pretty good movie, compelling story. I just actually break the story down itself is pretty good, and the first 10 minutes of the movie is really good, setting up the story. So that the opening scene, I don't think anybody has any complaints about that. Like that in Alien vs Predator 2. The opening scene being really good? I don't remember. Yeah, a little bit. Like the whole sidekick thing, you know, predators are alone, they hunt alone, no sidekicks allowed. Then we subvert expectations, give them a sidekick, and see what they do. So if you know, if you despise that trope, then you might not like the movie. Talk about the one with like the Antarctica thing. They were down there. I saw that movie. I don't remember the other one. There were like two of them. Requiem or something. $950 cards. I don't remember opening this many cards. Dang, dude. It's a pretty big number. Actually, I did see Requiem. I just forgot it. It wasn't a good movie because I can't even remember it. I liked the first one, though, decently. 4 Dragonheart. 4 Fortunates. 4 Dragonheart. Huh. Dragonheart. Dragon's Heart? That's worth a little bit. The last Alien movie was pretty good. Saw that one in cinema. A lot of people talked positively about it. I think it was the last Alien movie. I think it was like prequel to everything else, if I'm not mistaken. Since they announced PoE 2 League date, you gonna do Twister build for Last Druid? Last Druid, yeah. I'll do the Last Druid build ever. Yes, I am already automatically leaning toward Twister Druid, assuming there's any synergies there whatsoever. It's got a great starting location for a AoE skill effect scaling version of Twister. So it'll be a little shy on the whole speed. It'll be a little shy on speed and damage, but it'll have a lot of skill effect duration and AoE, which are powerful scalers for the build. We'll see. Especially if there's a decent ascendancy points for it. If nothing else, I got Titan as a backup. Because I've already checked out, at least in PoB, what Titan Twister would look like, and it looks pretty legit. Investments per map. Yeah, it's about 2, I think counting the rolling projected, it's somewhere around 2.1 div per map. Have I seen the Alien series, though? You mean like all the Alien movies? I think so, yeah. Many of them I've only watched once. Yeah, if you guys, those of you in here who are like, maybe you don't really care about PoE 1 or whatever, you're just looking forward to PoE 2 waiting room, we're definitely, we'll do something likely with Twister again. I don't think that yeah, I could pretty confidently say that I like Twister as a skill more in PoE 2 than I like any one particular bow skill in PoE 1. That skill's amazing. Really fun. Do you enjoy the gameplay of PoE 1 or PoE 2 more? Gameplay. Gameplay at PoE 2. Like actual combat to combat gameplay, yeah. It's still kind of a clusterfuck and hard to see what's going on. But I do like it more. I wanted PoE 2 to be, you know, more like off meta Michael put it, what's the word he used? Where you could actually see what the hell's going on. Readable, I think is the word. Readable, yeah. Alright, 129 cards. Make some magic happen. 4 scouts, I'm rich. Oh, I didn't watch any of like special animation stuff. I'm not like into the whole Predator Alien series in a way a lot of people are. I'm not of that camp. Like I've seen all the standalone movies. I don't really know the lore in any major way.
Everything you have done has only made things worse.
Did you guys see Off Meta Michael's podcast with Talkative Try and his? I wonder how much of the community he represents truly. In wanting to scale up the visibility, scale down the monster, you know, pack size, juice, scale down visual clarity, or scale up visual clarity, I guess. You mentioned some kind of solution that could be good with, like, the idea of, let's say there were 90% less sheer number of monsters in a map, but there was 1,000% more loot. If such a thing existed, would that not make the game more, you know, manageable as like fighting, like actual combat moments? You know, obviously the monsters you've faced were a little bit harder than they are. Dude, there's a crazy number of diviner boxes here on this map. Already seen like 7 or something. Anyway, I kind of like that idea. When I imagined what PoE 2 would be like based on their original vision, that's what I envisioned. Something like that. You know, like here's a good example of this. So you guys remember in PoE 2 how hard any individual pack of mobs was in PoE 2, and then you would face something like the Traversal Council, right? Obviously, those were specialized mobs, they were unique or whatever, but they were also just kind of like, they were a little bit random too. They have different abilities. Sometimes they were super hard, sometimes they were just still kind of pushover. Kind of depending on how they spawned. I kind of imagined a game where you saw a lot more of that sort of thing, like Traversal type mobs. Where they were just, periodically, you would be running into some really raunchy mobs that could eat you for lunch. But also, if you had a crazy strong build, you would still just annihilate them anyway, so, to be fair. Shut up. I mean, most people don't like how easy the game is, trivial the game is this time around. Maybe that's not true. Most high-end players thought the game was kind of trivial. At the top end, the whole one-shotting bosses thing. It's probably one of the biggest things I'm looking forward to seeing if there is a legitimate increase in difficulty level of the game. I wonder if they're going to increase the difficulty. Or if it's going to be super easy like it was last time. Seems super easy. I don't know, maybe I'm memory hold. I don't remember.
Just need a moment.
Need a Uber test dummy. Wow, we got over 1,000 cards again. They're doing pretty good getting over 1,000 cards fairly frequently. Is anything good big gonna drop this time, guys? Anything big? Anything big? Anything at all? No. A lot of cards. Dang. Well, it's been a little while since we had a big drop. Still doing all right on the RNG. Didn't be that far. Oh my god. Why is it so hard to hit? Just cannot hit anything good on that box. Whoa. We ran out of engineering orbs. Huh. Yeah, I did put 20 into one box. Because hell, it started off as a good roll. I missed a while. I missed a while. Oh, wait. Did I really do that again? No, it's up, isn't it? Yeah. You can see it on the overlay. Overlay, my friend. So the answer is quad drop. Brother's gift. I'd do anything for a quad drop, brother's gift. Anything. You might need to go visit Cute Dog stream. He'd probably cut you a deal. Whatever that is. Oh. Oh my god. Huge rolls. Speaking of cute dog, this is his strategy after all. I forgot, I actually stole his box rolling strat. Does people believe I did anything for Divine? Oh man. Yeah. You definitely get exposed. We are getting some serious div card count here. Where is that guy who said he never finds more than 3 diviner boxes in a map? Is he watching this? You see like 6 or 7 boxes in the last 2 maps each. You're getting crazy. It's gonna be another 1,000 cards. I think this is, it's probably gonna be pushing 1,200 plus. Probably had above average RNG on just spawning diviner boxes. I would assume. No, somebody was in here earlier today. He asserted that he never gets more than 3. All right, 1127. Oh, slow guy. What are you gonna drop me? 4 fortunates? 4 fortunates? Not even. Wow, that is terrible. For 1,200 almost. Supposed to expand beyond the stream. You shouldn't even be able to see all the cards that drop at once. Huh. $2,200 cards. So you got a lot of reopens then too. That's beastie. It's gonna be really hard to crack 2,000 cards in the current setting with the nerfs to quant and having to revert back to tier 16s instead of 16.5. Had to fight a long time. You weren't a warden? The automatic freeze? I do miss that a bit. For this farm. Warden's so fucking good for this farm. Now that I finally have to play without the warden? Oh my god. Yeah, because like you're at a certain point, your tankiness doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter how tanky of a character you're playing. If you get hit even once, you're dead. What is your target when rolling the card or the boxes? There are 2 rolls that are better than the others. One is for flat increased quantity of items, and the other is percent increased quantity of items. Then there are 3 other half decent rolls for just for like additional cards. It's kind of a flat number. It's a static number. It doesn't synergize with the other rolls. If we combine the flat and the percent, that's huge, but it costs a lot to combine both of those on average. It's not worth rolling forever to try to hit both of those at once. So I just want to get either a strong flat roll or a strong percent roll. Percent's a little better. Cartographer box is similar. This actually has big, yeah, additional items plus percent. This is a big roll here. So spawn a lot of maps. There we go. Not bad, not bad. I'm also targeting tier 16.5 and tier 17 maps. You can see this has a percent and a flat on it. The percent is low, but the flat is high. What? Oh, is that dead? Oh. Weird.
Just need a moment.
Will I be playing Druid when it comes out? Well, I don't know for sure, but we're leaning towards yes. I assume it's going to be in the Inquisitor spot on the tree, right? Surely, it's got to be on that spot, right? Strength, intelligence hybrid. Did you notice a patch for Alkin Scouring? I don't know what you're talking about, so I guess not. Well, we had a low count on boxes. I think only had like 2, maybe. Oh, you mean like Alkin Scouring? No, I didn't even do that at all. 127. All right, that's probably just 1. Nice. 7 years. All right, drop from a random mob, I guess. Almost due for an apothecary, eh?
This is all in your head.
What is Scour Alk like way cheaper than Chaos Spam? Usually they're kind of fairly similar. I'd be afraid of misclicking still, I think. What? Really? Okay. Make it rain. Dang, I got the wrong breach. I got the wrong breach. So it's not going to spawn a bunch of... Oh, dude. Alright, we're actually not going to get that many. I got 3% Divine Orb altar here. Let's see if I can maybe... No, the anchors aren't anywhere near here. It'd be hard to anchor these mobs out. Oh well. Not gonna get very many Divine Orbs. Oh my god. None anywhere. So bad. Oh, it's so unlucky. Had that been the good breach, I would have got a lot of extra. Well, I might still get some. Yeah, here's some mobs. Okay. Oh. Okay, here we go. So these mobs are spawning because they were anchored to Delirium mobs. The Delirium's gone now, but since I pathed over that area, it still registered it. But like a lot of Eldritch packs that are in this spot, these spots over here, will never get pulled out. Wow. I'm actually lucky on this league with Divine versus Exalt altars, except maybe not because my Pilfering ring shows more Exalts than Divines. I'm pretty sure I've hit more Divine Orb altars than Exalted Orb altars. I guess I'm just that unlucky. I can't even offset it with RNG on the, the Eldritch altar. Not enough. I've been distracted by the Divine Orb altar. This map is actually really good. A lot of, I don't know, like 6 Diviner boxes or something.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Don't be toxic? What? 801 cards. Thighs grip. Don't know what that does. I guess if he captures me, I get interrogated. Or hook. What up, Red Vials? Fancy seeing you here. Alright, Red Vials is here to discover a real divination card farming strat, I guess. What's up, dude? How are you doing? You drop any more locks in apothecaries today? Yeah, I'm finally getting around to doing some on-the-record divination card farming. Just 2 apothecaries. Today... Hey guys, if you don't know, Red Vials is also divination card farming a plenty strat. He seems to be doing pretty well with it, so check him out. I, for one, like my box rolling strat. It's a nice break in the action of super insane juiced farming. Which isn't all that good this league, obviously. I was thinking maybe Pilfered Diviner divination farming would be a little better than normal because it's, you know, we're not getting that many drops from, like, you know, raw loot and stuff. You know, look at the tier 0s, they're still actually worth something. Currency goes further. So even like Divine Orb cards, kind of nice. Yeah, hell, even Chaos cards are kind of nice. Wrath cards. We just started it today. Doing 100 maps. Not gonna get it all done today. Off to a decent start. Get the brother's gift. I also have Defiled Cathedral Scried over here. In pursuit of that apothecary. And this is a legit map farming strat too. Maybe if I can freaking hit. I gotta give up on trying to hit percent and additional. I just can't hit it. So you probably wonder what the atlas is. Exclamation point atlas if you want to see it. It's no backup cache, no Arcanus. I don't want them to get in the way of the weightings. They're kind of common. Cartographer's super rare anyway. Invasive adversaries, delirium, and shrines are there to pull eldritch packs out of their anchor points if they can be. So a little bit of scarab tech, not much going on here. And then the rest is boxes. Increased effective modifiers, quant. The only things that matter for this farm. Most of you probably already know Mausoleum is a super easy boss, so even if you get like 1,000+ cards on him, you just gotta make sure he can't catch you, can't run into you. Then of course you can't spawn boss altars either. I think this might have been like a no divine orb or no diviner box map. Averaging probably around 3 diviners boxes per map. Did I actually hit 0 on this one? I just alk. Random boxes. Yeah, I don't think this is like... This would be the first map out of the entire series if I got 0 diviner boxes, which I think happened. So this is literally... I like how you rated me on a map where I got 0. Yeah. That happened. Wow. Crazy. Well, I still get the Scryed cards. Their primary target is random cards, but Scryed cards are like a secondary thing. So we'll see. Go ahead and do the boss anyway. Do kill a lot of mobs, of course. Ten cards. What do you drop? Oh yeah, a bunch of junk. Okay. Bloop. Hopefully that doesn't happen again for a while. And 28 maps before failing to spawn a single diviner box. One altar. Breach has improved this strat because we actually spawn a lot of Eldritch packs inside these breaches. Unlike, you know, in Merc League. So packs that normally would not spawn. So the Eldritch altar spawn rate is higher this league than it was last league for the same farm. Not gonna make or break the farm, but it means something. Alright, now we see diviners. Good. That's good enough. Maybe only 2. I would tell you the nice thing about this strat is they don't have to beast craft the maps. That's rough. Divination Chisel doesn't do anything for this strat, really. Has PoE been laggy today? No, not that I've noticed. Oh wow, okay. So we got 4 of them on this map. Better than average. Good rolls there, flat and percent. Alright, now that I've scouted the whole area, got whatever Eldritch Altars I could get. I'll open the meaningful boxes. Damn. Open for the reopens, of course. That's one reopen. That's 3 opens in 2 boxes. Alright, that's 4th open. 5th open. Alright, 5 opened in 4 boxes. That would be... oh, probably at least 500 cards. 243 quant. $638? Better than I thought. Okay. That's actually decent. 4 fortunates, 4 monochrome. And even these other ones are still somewhat valuable. Not bad. Do we got any people in the chat now that we got all red vials community in here? Anybody firmly in one camp or the other? The box rolling versus the plenty juicing.
Your tolerance of the intolerable is admirable.
Those divination minion rewards are still quite useful here. What map would you describe? Doing Defiled Cathedral. With the Apothecary being as valuable as it is, paired with 7 years bad luck, it's still really, really good. I doubt there's any other card that's higher EV. The only strat I've taken is Stack Deck. I mean, I guess now it's valid. I wouldn't have even considered it before, but now that you can open the cards easily, stack decks aren't so bad. This is still boxes strat too, like it's not like I don't spawn Arcanist or don't drop other things. You still get some divine orbs and stuff periodically. Is that Nameless Seer again? anything good there. Wait, is this another 0 map? Oh my god. I Snoo just bought a headhunter. Was wondering what to farm. Any advice? Or what build are you on? Hey, double sanctuary. Wow. Let's see. Last league, when I hit that stage, I think I was doing... Actually, I was probably doing the Abomination Cluster Farm. Obviously, anything Legion related, Breach related is going to be great. Even this Pilfering strat's good with that. But this has like high investment for map. Tier 17 boss rushing stuff works. Boxes, of course. Before or after Headhunter. 20 cards. Stuck in Abomination Deli. 2 leagues in a row now. Dude, the strat is so good this league compared to previous leagues. It's wild. I think it's the most underrated strat of the entire league, probably. Up to 36, 7 years bad luck with no apothecary. Ay, ay, ay. Wait, do you actually lose currency? Without apothecary? I guess it's every other map thing. Every other map I get a bunch of diviners or 0. Seriously. Diviners everywhere. Dude. I've already seen like 5 of them. I'm doing the inferior pilfering strat on dunes. Alright, new favorite chatter. New favorite chatter. They were trying to figure out, somebody asked earlier, I didn't know the answer to this, wondering why Red Vials was doing that strat on dunes and not on a map where the Eldritch Altars can't roll boss mods. Because obviously Quant Altars would be good. As well as Minion Altars. Easy access to Bismuth playing KB, I think. Easy access to Bismuth. Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't really think of that. I mean, yeah, I'm playing KB, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. It wouldn't be that different on Jungle Valley or Mausoleum. Would it? Oh, Quant Altar. Yes. Yes, sir. It's big on this map. Boss takes too long. I did mention that might be one reason why I didn't do it. The boss taking longer to spawn in. Okay, well, it sound like I think altogether it sounds like a valid enough reason. I remember we did this strat on Fortress. Oh! I got DD'd even though I'm DD build. DD build to be DD'd. Or maybe I was XDD'd. Wait, I didn't even... I still need to exalt that one. Oh no. Why can't I get any reopens? Please reopen. Please. Stream no. Sad. 0 reopens on 5 boxes, I think. Ooh. $575. He's fast. So fast. Yup. That's a bad result. I don't think Strat Link is right. Hit Atlas. Where do you get Corpse Generation? I got level 30 on Earth. On a cast on crit with greater awaken greater multiple projectiles. Are you the reason Pilferings went up? No, it's definitely Red Vial's fault. You should blame Red Vials. It's not even that expensive. The Scarab's been like 50 to 100 div, or 50 to 100 chaos a piece in the past. Man. I guess relative to the cost of containment, it's pretty expensive. Steam's boxes fell out of favor. 7C, well, you know, just don't fixate on that. The price is what it is. I didn't even know it was 7C. I just thought it was like 15, 20C the whole time. Now you made me feel terrible about it. I feel so terrible about now knowing that it was 7 chaos before. It's like, what was like anti-FOMO? A fear of missing out the past price. Oof. Oh. I might just quit right now and go play PoE 2. It's a better game anyway. Guess you guys are pretty strong against Rage Bait, huh? Has Red Vials Rage Baited you guys so much you became immune to it? Just spot it. Alright. Trained interneting joyous. So, I'll ask this question. Do you guys think that we're in a psyop right now where GGG is deliberately making PoE 1 league garbage just so people will treat PoE 2 with more seriousness as you know, the beginning of the transition away from supporting PoE 1? Do you think they're like trying to kill it off on the inside? Diviner clickbait, it always happens. I don't even talk about it anymore. I think I would actually drop more divination cards in total if I always clicked a scoured diviner box first and then rolled it after. Because seriously, there's like some hidden multiplier that increases its reopen chance by like 1,000% when you do that. They said it was going to be garbage before the patch came out in Ziggy interview. What? I didn't hear that. When did they say that? What? What? I asked people if I should even watch the Ziggy interview. They said no, it was nothing special. It feels more like they were doing the PoE 1 leagues and PoE 2 boring as... Yeah, but like... You gotta say, Abyss implementation in PoE 2 is way better than this Breach implementation in PoE 1. I mean, what are we talking about here? They committed to the 4-month cycle. Dev teams weren't ready for that. Yeah, it's good for me as a content creator. I don't have so much terrible downtime like we did in the last couple years. But it is kind of shitty for players. They're killing PoE 1 slowly. I know. There. It's okay. They're killing PoE 2 quickly, by the way. You know, their vision for PoE 2, Souls like meaningful gameplay. Already this past league, it's become like a PoE 1 lookalike. Combat-wise. 604 cards. Oh, this guy is Extra tanky? What? They said endgame is garbage. Oh. Alright, well in PoE 2 the endgame is going to be really, really good this time, right guys? This is the endgame patch, right? Whoa, why are the drops that bad? What the hell? Your adrenaline never procced on that boss fight, by the way? Oh, really? That's strange. I wonder why. That's crazy to hear that. Should have actually pretty high proc rate. Not quite as high as the League starter, because I'm not draining life, but the life tap is pretty intense. Wildwood, actually not even worth doing on this farm. Sadly. Good endgame. Meaningful combat seem mutually exclusive. Interesting take. Okay. You guys agree with that? I was talking about this earlier. I know Off Meta Michael said something about this. I saw a segment from the Talkative Try podcast. They were talking about how, what if we made, or the original vision of the game, the way he saw it was monsters are like, there would be like, I don't know, a tenth of the amount of monsters on the map. 30%. So what in the world? And they would drop 1,000 times the loot. So imagine you had like 90% fewer monsters, but 1,000% more loot. You might actually know what the heck's going on in combat. And then I was thinking back to like Diablo 2, and I was trying to figure out what that might look like, and it reminded me of like the Traversal Council combat or zone, like doing that farm. So I feel like that would feel similar. Something like that. Maybe I kind of imagine PoE 2 being more like, where they're like, you know, just a bunch of really gnarly mobs, but they all have really high loot potential. But it's just not that much, you know, cannon fodder. I'm trying to imagine if PoE 2 had way more encounters like Diablo 2's Traversal encounter. Would I like that? I think the answer is yes. I would, actually. Yeah, meat. Yeah, sure. Like think of meat sacks. Yeah, meat sack league. I mean, we kind of already experienced that for sure. Back in like Back to Basics meat sacks, I liked that. There were very few monsters in those like Back to Basics meat sacks fortress farm. There really weren't that many mobs in those maps. When you finally killed a meat sack, you were like, oh my god, what's it gonna be? Just massive thing of loot. I mean, sometimes it was garbage, but you felt an elevated sense of excitement. I don't want to collect some currency from monsters and talk to a vendor and get loot. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the old age trade versus no trade debate. Talked about that a little bit too. Why can't we just drop loot that's good? Conceptually, I think the tiered rare system is really, really smart. It felt pretty good when it was implemented initially, but then, I don't know, it just immediately became outdated last league. We got a lot of people saying the crafting was too easy in Abyss League, and some people saying no, it's just right. Some people saying no, it's not good enough, and who knows where the real line is to be drawn. Exclamation strat, or no, not strat. Sorry, I think I'm playing wrong. Atlas! Exclamation Atlas. All right, what I got? I think I got 2 boxes, 1 reopen. Not great. What? Okay. I don't even think I was. Had my hand on the mouse. $493 cards. Wait, that's a high number. I must have opened more boxes than I thought. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah, we're getting some bad RNG now. We started off kind of hot. Wait, I'm at map 36. Hold on a second. This might actually be worth a lot. Nightmare Bassin at 84. 30%. Actual 30% quality. Yeah. Well, 29 is worth like nothing. 30%? There's only 1? For item level 86. I don't even know what this is worth. Ironically, it's the one I'm using. So, I don't know. But, off meta for sure. Maybe I don't really count it as worth anything. Eight mod with deli layers? No, I'm not that interested in deli layers. I kind of like the setup with deli mirror and turn it off. I'm not going to be like doing this strat super long term for the rest of the league or anything. I did want to get a nice 100 map set in though. Whoa. Big numbers. Big. What build did Red Vials play in PoE 2 last league? I think it was like his first time playing the game, right? How are the drops feeling? Generically less quant. I've done enough of these maps to kind of be able to answer that. Yeah, it seems fine. The investment cost is... It's not just that we're dropping less quant across the board. Your currency goes further now than it did. This is a poverty league, so the investment cost for this strat is less than normal. If you hit big, you actually get even more currency than normal because your currency goes further in general. Tier 0s like Mage Blood and even Headhunter actually still have some value this league, unlike last league. I think Mage Blood was like not even, what, like 80 div or something at this point. Maybe it's a little... maybe it's still too soon in the league. I don't know, but to me, the interesting thing about this farm compared to previous leagues is actually the state of the economy as a whole, rather than, you know, how good is the farm this league versus last league. Oh, I accidentally hit the. I got pushing and hit the scoured diviner box. What do you think the chances are that it'll allow me to re-roll it? Very high. I want to show you guys a crazy cartographer box. If I could roll a good one and get a bunch of reopens, it's so hilarious. Oh my god, I can't hit. Not. What's my additional item? Oh, there we go. Yeah. All right, I'll leave that. Whoa, this is a lot of divine boxes. Roa Queen. What is Roa Queen? Oh yeah, was he actually doing Roa Lightning Arrow? Oh my god. Well, this time he comes out with his own build then. Maybe. Alright. I think this map's gonna have a lot of cards. I did get a perfect Quant Altar too, and a reopen on this is one of the strongest boxes you can get. The box rolls on that are phenomenal. And we open it 3 times. They're already starting off hot. He's not a big fan of it. Well, I thought he had fun in it, really? And I knew it took a while for him to actually play it. Alright, that's 4. That's a 5th opened box. 6th open, another reopen here. 7th open. 8th open. 9th open. All right, we got an S tier map coming our way here. 10 plus opens. Actually, it is 10 opens because I opened one scoured by accident. Kind of worth half. Oh look, it's still here. Of course I can reroll it. Of course I can. Every time. That's 11. 12. Oh my god, we got another one. 13. Yo. 14. 15. I've opened a diviner box 15 times this map. Oh, the quant roll's trash on this map, though. God dang it. Wait, there's another box? 16? It's actually getting really good RNG on reopened, and I had really good RNG on total number of boxes spawned. Both. The dream. The dream. 17! This is the last box. It opens again! 18! Uh-oh. What? 19! 19 boxes! Alright. Normally I would have stored some headhunter buffs before doing this, but I gotta do it with this flimsy character now. Uh-oh. No! Alright. Gosh. Why couldn't the quant number have been better? I even got a perfect quant. This is just one of the worst maps I had for the quant roll. This is probably not even a qualitied map. One of the few unqualitied maps. Man. Alright, I want to actually read the map mods. Less effective non-curse ores. You telling me this is a bad map? Go as extra. I just want to see if they have any special mods. No. Alright, it should be an easy boss. Especially if he can actually be slowed. It'll be easy. 19 opened divine boxes. Let's go. How many cards, guys? How many cards is this gonna be? It's gonna be so many. There's no way that I don't get a tink off of this. 2,172 cards! Oh my god, he's actually dying fast. I build so good. Wait, this is the normal speed I kill the guy when he has like 1,000 cards. What? I thought he'd take like 10 times longer to die. Good build. Delirium, sir? Oh yeah, I'm in Delirium! Why should it take even longer? It's crazy. Oh, I'm gonna die. Alright, too much random BS going on. Not enough leech. Crash Inc. I'm gonna try. Wait, what? I didn't put the portal down? Dude. Dude, what? I never forget to do that. Hey now. Ah! 8 fortunates. Yeah, I told you I'd get a tink. The last one standing. Sephiroth. Alright, well. There's something here. Wait, how good is this card? That's not very good card. Alright, this is not very good. Actually not very good results, to be honest. The 4 Sephiroth saved it. Yeah, counting rolling, it's like 2 div. A little over 2 div. That was fun though. That's so much fun to hit like all the things at once. Just wish I would have had a little bit better drops. Why is the fortunate drop mausoleum? Because we're dropping cards primarily from diviner boxes. You bind your... I'll just be slow for now. I have Defiled Cathedral Scrat over here right now. Well, obviously that'll be some kind of highlight. 419. I did not expect to get a single 2K boss. 2,000 cards on a boss is really, really good. Really rare. Even on, like, the best state this farm's ever been in. Like, back when we had, like, you know, 8 mod T16.5 stuff. The only time it was not that impressive was Legacy of Frisia. But... The question gets asked a lot. Yes, that question gets asked a lot. That's alright. There's percent increase quant and then flat quant. You want preferably both of those together on the same box. Obviously synergy is there. But it's a little too expensive to roll to ensure that you hit both. And so the best thing is to try and just hit a really high tier roll of 1 and then settle for the other rolls. There's like a few other prefixes that are kind of generic additional card drops. Exalting. Have any apothecary dupes? This league, no. Last league I did this farm for like 500 maps or so and dropped 18 apothecaries with Scryed over. A lot of times they drop as quads too, not dupes. Because if it drops from a box, it's quad. Any box. There's at least one short on my channel. If you search my YouTube channel on shorts, you can see a quad apothecary drop on this strat. From last league. You can see this box says percent and additional items. Sorry, that's the flat item, 12 additional items. Those are 2 big rolls together. So that box will drop maximum cards. So I don't open them yet because I want to hit all the Eldritch Altars. Yeah, I had 19 boxes opened, counting rerolls or reopens. One of them was scoured though, so it's more like 18 and a half. Kinda. Average? Average opens per map is probably about 4 or 5. The average boxes that I see in a given map is probably around 3. So maybe the total average open count is 5 per map. Which makes sense because back in the 16.5 days, I was able to average about 700 cards per boss. And about 600 cards per boss on just pure 8 mods back when the strat... back in the day before 16.5s. Can pause rolling the box? Okay. That might be worth doing just for the... so you don't get like moved or knocked back or whatever, but... I'm not too worried about it. Alright, I haven't opened a box yet. We'll see how many I get this time. There were, I think, 3 spawned in the map, so close to the average. Here's 1. Two, 3. No reopens. Yeah, so just 3 opens on this med is below average. So usually I get somewhere around 100 cards per open. A little more, if anything. It kind of depends on the quant number, though. So I assume I have between 300 and 400 cards here. Yeah, 378. Oh, yeah. Or Sephiroth. Always try to run without killing monsters, as these are anchor delirium mobs to the Eldritch packs, but they can't spawn until you spawn the influence, but it can't necessarily spawn the influence until you... Well, with containment it's really tricky. A shrine seems to do it every time. So try to just run straight to a shrine, then kill the mobs there, and it spawns the influence, and then... This particular breach mechanic, if it's not unstable breach, has huge benefits this league. It anchors a bunch of Eldritch packs even on containment maps, which is completely different than what we had last league, for example, with just the little bitty merc thing. You can see I'm spawning Eldritch packs like crazy in this section here. And then as we move away from the breach, I won't spawn hardly any others. So I always enjoyed the little meta game of min-maxing Eldritch spawns. Actually been one of my very favorite mechanics that's ever been introduced in the game. The Eldritch altars. Imagine the game not having those anymore. That'd be sad. Of course, in PoE 2 they don't have them. How you doing? Doing okay. We started off with a hot farming session and cooled off a little bit. Doing okay at this point with this many maps in. No longer really a strong showing at this point. Eldritch pack there spawned because of the reason that Eldritch pack spawned is because of this right here, invasive adversary pack, which also anchors. One of the only ways to pull monsters out of boxes into the map is those packs can't spawn in boxes. So if you run containment, anytime you run containment, you should run invasive adversaries automatically, because it's just like free monsters. You can trigger the influence by killing those packs too. Although usually it takes like 2 packs or so. Not as reliable as shrines. Alright, we have quite a few boxes on this one. Let's go open one. Stream. Whoa! Dank. Ooh. Oh yeah, the Cartago. Wow, this map. What is this map, dude? What the hell? Horrific. Expecting to see minus max. Hey, the double sanctuary map off the cartographer box. Oh yeah. Alright, it's 3. I'm used to shattering all mobs. Having to actually deal with porcupines is annoying. 4, 5. There we go. 6. It's a pretty good box. 7. I actually might have miscounted. It was either 7 or 8. Did you play the original Breach League? No, I started playing in Ultimatum League 3.14. Well, worked it out. I seem to be a 5 apothecary, some amount of years bad luck behind. Gonna be strong boxes after the next set of 60 maps. Alright. Nice, nice. 702 cards. Those are decent cards. So this one came from the Eldritch Altar. Divination is reward gems. That's where the home card came from. I want to see a 4 fortunate card drop every time as a baseline. I gotta recount sanctuary maps, man. 3, 5. 6. 26 sanctuary maps.
You have fabricated your entire memory.
Do I know how to get Invitation to the Elder? I got Palpatine to death. Yeah, Elder, you do the like enslaver maps, maps occupied by X. Not the formed, but the I can't remember the name of them. Enslaver is one of them. Eradicator is another. Purifier is the third one. Wow, I might think of them all. Purifier, Eradicator, Enslaver. And... probably need... ask the audience on this one. Yeah, those special influence maps drop fragments. Collect all 4. Do the Elder. Okay, is that an invulnerability shrine? Yep. Nameless Seer. My god, this guy's spawning a lot. What? Ha, my gloves. I'll put these gloves on the map. Hey, I got adrenaline. Now I'm getting adrenaline. Puzzle box. I actually didn't want to trigger that breach. Maps drop the Enslaver. Influence maps. Elder influence maps. They're random drops off bosses in T16 maps. Some synergies with them on the Atlas tree, I guess. Increase the chance, I think. I don't know. If you type the Elder in PoE Wiki site, you'll see all about the methods. Remember, we used to have a compass for those. Oh man, all I get is one diviner box opened. Oh. Could be the magical one though. Could have dropped the quad. Anybody ever seen a quad House of Mirrors from this strat? I have. More than once. Wow, 200 cards. I got extra cards. 7 years battle. Look, I only had 200 cards. Alright, I've dropped enough 7 years to get an apothecary. So I should get an apothecary now. Right? Right?
We've much to discuss.
Might be wondering, why am I dropping 4 not 2? It's because it's dropping from a random box, not from a monster kill. This still registers off the scryed cards. We're we're opening so many strong boxes that your scryed cards have a tendency to drop from the box itself. Not diviner. Random boxes. But those are still quad, or they're still duped out of the box. Because I remember dropping, the fabled duped apothecary when in Rage Strongbox farming. You actually dropped it not from the monster kill, but from a random box instead. And you would actually drop 2 apothecaries in. So that's the kind of drop that it is. And if that happens, then it ends up being a quad apothecary, not 2. I got several quad apothecaries last league from that means. Am I tempted to run a bunch of Crimson Temples for old time's sake? I'd have to scry Defile Cathedral over to Crimson Temple. No. I wasn't exactly in love with the layout of that map. It was alright. It wasn't bad. That was a weird day though. I remember reading the patch notes when they removed Enraged Strongbox farming. That was a sad day. I knew what I remember, like, my immediate gut reaction was like, thank God, finally, I can do something other than strongbox farming. But I also knew that, like, there would come a day when I would lament the loss of enraged box farming. I would miss it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was comfy. It was a very comfortable farm. I do think, you know, for the sake of the health of the game, it was good they deleted it. Because apparently they couldn't figure out how to balance it. I made a video back in Sentinel League shortly after like Snap and Impy and their group were complaining very heavily about the current state of Beyond back then. That was the league that they gutted Beyond massively. Because they weren't, and then like Abyss too, like they weren't dropping, they were doing like a Beyond Abyss, and both of those mechanics got utterly gutted as far as raw drops. And everybody, Sentinel League, before people really start farming like, you know, Iceberg map or whatever, Sentinel farming, spam, people were despairing about the state of loot. And I had already been very into strongbox farming. Actually, that back then, early Sentinel League, strongbox farming was not all that popular. It was not super popular. And people knew about it. People thought of it as like an old school way of farming loot, but it wasn't really all that popular. But I really enjoyed it, and I just kept doing it. I got lucky in that it was like my favorite way to farm. That might have also been the league that they removed Nemesis 3. That might have been. Yeah, Glacier, yeah. Yeah, this was before Glacier Sentinel videos came out, I think. Or maybe it was after, I don't know. So, I did a farming session, I did 100 maps. It was back when I first started doing the 100 maps series. And the league before this was Arch Nemesis, and I was farming. Arch Nemesis League was the introduction of the Mage Blood item. I was farming Cemetery for Brothers Stash at the time, which was Exalts over Divines. And so, yeah, Cemetery farming, Divination card farming on Cemetery was like the meta in Arch Nemesis League. We're fortunate. In Sentinel League, they introduced the Crimson Temple with the Apothecary card. It was the first league that it existed. And not that many people had caught on yet that enraged strongbox farming there would become like the, you know, meta for like 10 leagues straight or something. I did 100 maps. I dropped 2 Apothecaries, made a bunch of currency. Kobe Black Mamba he was posting videos every day back then. He made a reaction video to it, and that was sort of the beginning of a pretty steep ascension on my channel at the time. I got a little bit lucky dropping 2 Apothecaries there. I probably should have dropped 1 in 100 maps, but I dropped 2. And it like really boggled some people's minds. Realizing that, oh yeah, enraged strongbox, yeah, I guess that would make, yeah, I guess. And we didn't really know that, I don't think we knew at the time that, maybe not now, but back then, strongbox monsters were native, and people hadn't yet figured out that the huge loot squish was to league spawned or spawned in monsters had their loot dramatically reduced. Because in Arch Nemesis, like Legion monsters, Breach monsters, Abyss monsters, all of them dropped huge amounts of loot. Like what Beyond monsters, they dropped way more loot than like natural spawning mobs. Sentinel League was a league that GGG did a shadow nerf, a massive shadow nerf to league-specific monster raw loot. And ever since then, we've been in a weird situation where you're always trying to think about, like, all right, native monster versus not native monsters. Native monsters drop the loot on it, and then, you know, strong box monsters were native, slammed into the box, and then they spawn, and then they're considered native status. They actually dropped a bunch of loot combined with 500% enraged quant was an insane multiplier compared to anything else, including Abyss, Beyond, Alva, combining the three. That couldn't even hold a candle to just enraged strongbox raw loot. And that set the stage for several leagues, the meta. Divination card farming or not. Even the groups themselves started doing enraged strongbox farming at league start. And Calandra League and Crucible League and the ones that followed. Guess any more maps. Cluster farming, I used either Insane Strict or Omega Strict. Omega Strict more recently. I need to double check. Some of the clusters have moved around, may need to be updated. It did evolve a bit with the reverse ghost running with the boxes. I thought I pushed to that, but nobody seemed to pick up on it. I liked doing it. I had a ranger with a shield charge swap and was doing that with like life on block. That's how I dropped my first. No, that's how I dropped my second raw mirror ever in a league. Total League, I dropped a raw mirror from a ghosted magic mob. Yeah. Q Dog said Kobe died. What? What? Nuh-uh. Are you being serious right now? I'd rather you not joke around about like content creators literally dying. You better not be a joke. Some jokes are good. That's not a good joke if it is. Yeah. He's seriously ill. He looked like a really healthy guy in general. Although he played an unhealthy amount of PoE at League Start for sure. Nevertheless. No, I misclicked and it didn't reopen? Lies. I know that his, I think his father was terminally ill. So he took like, I knew he like took a whole league off, but that was like 3 leagues ago or something, so, which, you know. Like he wasn't even around still back when PoE 2 long. Did he play PoE 2 at all? I don't think he did. Dude, what? It's world. Like, why is my character doing that? Stop it. Alright, I've lost 2 boxes now. Apparently, I can't click for some stupid reason. He made it sound like it wasn't his father that was sick, it was Kobe was sick. That would be my first time hearing that. Are we having like a language barrier problem where you're using a pronoun improperly? Meaning his father, but not him. Well, dude, I had like 8 boxes on this map. Too bad I botched 2 of them. I don't think I got any reopens either. Scammed. Scammed. $667 cards. Alright, thank goodness. It's not 666. Or else I might have dropped the demon card. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Almost. Oh, that's a pretty good drops. Monochrome, Divine Beauty, and the Nurse. Not far off from the demon, actually. Not far off. Better. That was definitely better than average. For 600 plus cards. Alright. We need to get is like a quad immortal or something, some real card. Big hit.
You are greater than a god. I touch you.
Would love to see someone hit the damnation card. Yeah. I've heard, last league I remember somebody saying they got quad damnation. The random drop. Doing the strat. That card's really rare. Actually, like, quite a bit more rare than Apothecary. I don't think it's as rare as House of Mirrors, though. Monsters feel really tanky on this map. I don't even remember seeing what I saw. Oh, I got at least one. I got one super well-rolled diviner box, and that's all I got. So if I just reopen it like 10 times, I'll have a great map. Here goes. No. 0 reopens. 0. Well, I'll probably have like 200 cards anyway, since the box was so well rolled. How do I have 98? Dude, what? 98? Can't believe it was less than 100. What, good sir? Running the base ambush scarab? No, I'm running all the specialized ambush scarabs and then pilfer. These are 8 mod corrupted, yeah. Wait, how did I drop that map? What the heck? See that map drop? From what? Definitely didn't kill a magic or rare or unique mob. A chest? A destructible dropped a map? Wait, I didn't even know destructibles can drop maps. That must be stupidly rare. I did drop Apothecary once from the Destructible exiting the main hallway in Crimson Temple, though. I remember that. Like, before you even encounter a single mob, you're in that, like, first little area. Wait, what? Oh, no. Hit the magic diviner box. Oof. We say? Blood filled. Damn. Alright, second open. Third open. Fourth open. Dead. I gotta die every now and then to this stupid afterground effects. Which map is Strat here? We're doing Defiled Cathedral. Everybody's favorite. Apothecary map. I'm dropping 7 years, bad luck. Periodically. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Alright. So what, 4 opens? Got a little bit of a chance, good drops. I wanted another one of those 19 boxes open. Title seems rage baiting. Well, I'll have you know that Red Vials rated me. So, must have been a good title. Using Reopen Scarab? Yeah.
You can never die. I don't see.
Struggling spawn Eldritch. Now see this? The shrine will spawn the influence every time. The shrine spawns the influence. Just run to the shrine first before you attack anything. Preferably before you attack anything. It leaves the area pristine for the delirium monsters anchoring other packs and things like that. +1 chest level. The shrine is the most reliable way to spawn the influence. Second would probably be adversary packs that still spawn outside. If you haven't taken this point, take this point. Usually the second or maybe third of these packs will force spawn it. Also, Breach can force spawn the influence as well. If it's a breach with walls on it. Because apparently the monster is anchored to the walls. You know, the despawnable walls as you run through them. I don't know what else to call it. I guess that's what's going on. What's my EHP? I don't know, it's like, oh, it's over 100k. EHP. I got a whole video talking about the defensive layers of this build on my YouTube channel. Most defensive bow build I've ever ran, not counting Headhunter. Which isn't saying much, but it's true. This particular breach, unstable breach, won't spawn extra
Just need a moment to
influence packs. It's not good. You want the fortress or the NPC one? You're a ranch or blue cheese? I don't know why you're asking that question, but the answer is definitely blue cheese. Ranch is meh. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's kind of meh. I don't know how to answer your other question. The answer is no. Blue cheese is hard to get in Japan, by the way. Good blue cheese. They don't like that here for some reason. Eight diviners and triple wisp. What are you wisping the boss for? Crazy person. What do you think of a druid PoE2 gonna be clunkier? Well done. I don't really care. I mean, it's likely that I'll go druid if there's any synergies with Twister at all. I suspect it's going to start on the strength intelligence side, which is actually the best starting location for AoE focused builds. And Twister is great with AoE scaling. I also wanted to try scaling AoE at League Start for a change of pace. So I'm actually pretty likely going to start Twister Druid. Don't you need to roll boxes? Yeah, I did roll the boxes in this map already. Have you tried the Legion Torment strat? No. This build, actually this build not very good at Legion. It's not, it's pretty bad at it. Compared to, you know, like KB or something. Nothing. A lot of things this build's good at, but Legion's not one of them.
Stupid dog, you are chasing your own tail.
30% quant, perfect roll. Is it illegal to play anything but Chinese while living in China playing AoE 2? I don't know, I would like that because Chinese Civ is really, really good. So, I wouldn't even mind. I'm also a Nomad player, so I love Chinese on Nomad. Except that they nerfed it. It was lame. It used to be really, really good on Nomad. Now it's just kind of eh. You used to start with 6 civs. 6 villagers. 6 villager Nomad start was crazy. Dude, where are my divine boxes, dude? I think I only got 2. One reopen. Oh, I have one more. Okay, 4. 4 opens. Me. All right, come on. We need big card. Big card. Let's get the huge cards out of the way. First half of the farm. $4.48. A patient again. By the way, some of you might not know, I did do some lock and mirror farming, attempting Wisp-related content. I tested a lot of different things. The best thing that I was able to uncover really was actually magic packs in tier 17, like, or 16.5, but I was doing Sanctuary, like the old school strat. I was doing magic pack focus with Bloodlines, which already used Bloodlines before. Could be a Scarab or a currency farm, but double monstrous lineage, double wisp, and Bloodlines. Looks like it would score a Divine Orb like maybe every other map on average, at the most. Which I feel like that means it was dropping at least half the loot as it used to, which isn't terrible. So if anybody was looking for some sort of potential mirror targeting farm, that one does seem to have some potential. It was definitely not as good as some of the really good farms last league, like the Alva farm. But all those other farms are like dead. I tested Rogue Exiles again, I tested Blight, tested Alva in a few different ways. Wildwood fishing, no wildwood fishing. You think a Risk Scarab would be better than a Wisp or Lineage? Yeah, it might be better, yeah. Better than a Lineage, maybe. Probably not much. I mean, if you want to risk it, you know, on a T17. You don't think it's gonna mess with your ability to kill the boss? Yeah. Why'd they do that? Why'd they kill the farms? Probably the real reason is because they didn't... Anything that lags the server up really bad is naturally a great farm and also bad for GGG's servers. Stability. I think they care a lot more about that than, like, you know, farm balance or whatever. I don't see a 5k risk on a map hurt that. Oh, that 5k risk combined with mass overlapping breaches could probably hurt their servers. Maybe I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know the real answer. I'm just kind of speculating. Yeah, I think there's kind of an issue with the core code they used for this game. Just really problematic when it comes to just, you know, players playing the game lag free. I don't play many other games, so especially like ARPGs. I played some Last Epoch. That game didn't lag for me in any bad way. I remember it actually being quite crisp, actually. I saw something on Reddit about people being happy it didn't... GGG didn't step on the toes of Last Epoch's release. Are they having a release soon as well? $224 cards. Eh. How much does the run cost? A little over 2 divines. Counting reroll materials. Assuming I don't need more reroll materials. Actually, we're going to call it there today. I'm going to maybe finish this tomorrow, or at least knock out a bunch more maps tomorrow. Yeah. We got a nice start on this farm. but it's getting a little late for me. And so we're taking the Red Vials Raiders and my viewers off somewhere else. Where to? I don't know yet. At the very least, I didn't come out like bone dry on this farm with it like being really, really bad. Valor Mage is playing again. Huh. I'll give Valor the raid, I guess. Haven't seen him in a while. Thanks for the advice. The altars before worked perfectly. You're welcome. Yeah, it really sucks if you're like playing and then you can't even spawn the influence, but like you might be getting Eldritch Altar and you're just missing out on a bunch of stuff. Atlas for mirror hunting strat? I don't think I have it, but if you look up magic packs, you get something similar to that. With or without Beyond. Yeah, sorry, I don't think I actually have that, Atlas. Thanks for the currency, but don't run Scarab because it takes away from the currency. Not really, kind of, but not too bad on the Wisp front. You can still farm Scarabs and Mirrors and Locks at the same time, to some extent. Yeah, anyway, we're heading out. Enjoy Valor Mage's stream, everybody, on YouTube. We're signing out. We'll see you definitely tomorrow at some point. I'm going to knock out some more of these maps. The, maybe the better of the two, Pilfering Strat. I don't know. I guess it depends on what I drop tomorrow, huh? Yep. Alright. See you guys. You missed it. Sorry. Sorry. There's always that guy. There's always that guy who comes in last second.